Welcome to another exciting edition of the College Nation radio show. I'm feeling much better. You'll notice that I'm not going to be coughing as much tonight. I finally figured out a trick how to deal with this chronic cough, everything, and bronchitis. I figured it out. It's very, very simple and everything. So we're going to have a good show tonight. Not a lot of coughing, not a lot of, bad stuff, but we're gonna be able to do the show tonight, as always. My voice may sound a little hoarse tonight, but so just bear with me. Look, folks, I've been doing a lot of shows lately, and what's up, Dark Migo? What's going on? Your big brother, Kala Thanos, is in the house and whatnot. And like Dark Migo's a soldier, bro. I was so proud of you the other night, Dark Migo. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. You're my soldier, bro. Keep it up. That's what I want. I want like millions of young black men, soldiering for me, soldiering for the BAIO colonization out there on the streets. That's what I want. I want to see the day where somebody dare raise their hand to us, whatnot. They're gonna fucking feel the light of 1,000 suns, and that's gonna happen when we finally have this war with this race war in America that we've been bleeding for years. They have this idea that, oh, whoa, black people don't want a race war. Yes, we do. We want a conclusion to this America story, and this will be a good year too. The 250 year of America. Wouldn't it be nice to go out with a big, bloody coast to coast race war? That would be the most beautiful thing, wouldn't it be? Instead of saying red, white, and blue, and I imagine seeing white folks uh, 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 laying dead across the country and everything like that. And we can get it over with. We can find out. Then out of that, I believe maybe black people, white people will come back to the table and work it out. But right now, no. There's blood that needs to be shed. The blood of our ancestors needs to be avenged. Same way anybody else did. The blood of your ancestors has to be avenged. That's what the problem is in America. That being said, that's the dark side of me and whatnot. Don't take me seriously on that. That's my dark side of my culture and my meat like that. Let me tell you something. Every black man in America thinks like that. Every one of us think like that. Any black man anybody tells you that he doesn't think like that, he's lying to you. At least the only thing I do is I tell the truth. We have a lot of anger and hatred in us that's buried in us. We tried, some people don't give us credit for. We tried to take that anger and that hatred and try to love. We did everything we could to love this country, fight for it, believe in it when it didn't believe in itself. And we see now that all our efforts were just talking. I heard Fox News, and they're basically talking about American history. You cannot friggin' candy coat American history without insulting Black America. I mean, yeah, there's good events in American history, but if I don't talk about Valley Forge, if I don't have a nostalgia for uh, this, that, and the other thing, I say, okay, that's American history, and I study American history, and there's a lot of American history I appreciate, but I cannot forget what happened to my ancestors. That don't make me a bad person. That just makes me human. And that's what the problem is. We have never allowed to become full human beings. No one ever stopped to say, geez, when we made the Constitution or Declaration of Independence, what did the black man think about this? When we made the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, what was a black man? What did he think about? Did the black man want to be American? No one ever asked that question. It's always someone saying they're going to do what's best for us. But to get to the show's topic tonight, folks, For years, I've been watching people like Floyd Mayweather run around with the money and the Jay. Then when I hear about Jay Z, I hear Jay Z. When you're at a certain point in your career, um, I mean, some white bands, when people in their old age tour, it ain't because they decide, it's because they need money. Jay Z might have to go on tour again. The guy who calls himself a billionaire, I heard he's trying to move money around to purchase something whatnot. He couldn't come up with, he couldn't guarantor something. That's not a good look. All these people out there that they put before us, right? We don't know what they really have. We don't know if Michael Jordan has the money they tell us he has. We don't know if Oprah has the money they tell us she has. We don't know. And then I hear things like Rick Ross is struggling. He bought a $4 million house. He can't upkeep and whatnot. I mean, I just don't get it. Why are we acting like this? Why do we act like fools when we get money? And then when I see this one guy, he's a soccer player. Whoever even watches soccer, I wonder for me, life for me, he's like a billionaire. How do you become a billionaire playing soccer? And it was something about his he's not a prenuptial, but his mother is all his earnings. I think it's Moroccan. I'm not sure. His earnings were in his mother's name. And this other guy is just like so freaking rich. And I'm saying, look at the house he's got. I'm saying, every time you see these white guys and their soccer players and even NASCAR, why are they always so settled? They got the money, they got these endorsements and everything. They making money hand over fist. But every time you see the black person out there, okay, it's for a while. But the next, he's struggling. That I don't get it. Maybe somebody call in tonight and just tell me why is that true. I'm seeing people like I'm like one. Okay, another one was what other sport? Yeah, I've seen lacrosse players. I'm like, oh yeah, and also skateboarders. What the hell is a skateboarder and surfers? We're still stuck in NBA. You got people taking a sport like BMX bikes, skateboarding, and surfing and making hundreds of millions of dollars a year. You got these guys out here making millions of dollars a year as gamers. Like I said, I don't understand it. I don't know it, but we need to change. There definitely, but there's a lot of young black kids who are into this stuff, right? I see them all the time, and they're out there doing all kinds of stuff that you won't know about. They're into the gaming, they're into online stuff like that, like crypto trading and all these things like that. And they're making good, really, really good money, right? Thing is, those people are not interested in our movement. The reason why is because our movement has a bunch of brand new Negroes who go around regurgitating nonsense from the 60s and 70s that never worked. I'm trying to attract those type of kids into this. Say, yeah, we could talk about cryptocurrency, Bitcoin trade. I don't know nothing about that. I would like for somebody to teach me this stuff. And these young people do. I see it all the time. I overheard these two young brothers one time, a couple of weeks ago, what guy was saying that he does something online. This program he invented where people could save on their mortgage or something like that. And every time they do this transaction, he makes money and whatnot. I was like, amazing. Young black kid, college kid. So I'm like, man, It is it's amazing what's out there. But our culture, Black American culture, is still, you got a thing. And the question I want to ask tonight is the world fed up with Black culture? Is Black culture hitting the way it did? Because you're thinking all these people dropping, rappers, drill rappers going broke, Gucci Mane, all these other people like that. These rappers don't make any money and stuff like that. They tell me, and it's like now the hip hop culture is going back to where it started from in the ghetto. That it's not selling in suburbia anymore, which was the lifeline of Black hip hop culture. There's no hip hop fashion out anymore. So, what is the future as far as Black people? If they're bringing people in from the NBA from overseas, and they're bringing European players in and all stuff like that, that's a thing. And people from China, they don't have to friggin' deal with friggin' the Black community in America anymore. Same thing with actors. And they're importing them from the UK, whatever. So, are we going to have in the future more Will Smith? Will there be a next generation of African American Will Smiths? Will there be a next generation of African American Shaquille O'Neals? It looks like Black America is finally going down the tubes. And I think it's because we tethered ourselves too much to mainstream white America. And I think mainstream white America is ready to move on beyond us. Because they figured themselves out that they don't really need us to do our culture. They can do our R&B now. They can do our hip hop now. And they don't need you necessarily. Or they might need you to start a trend. But as far as that they gotta deal with you, if it means them having to deal with you on a day-to-day basis or listen to your political views, and that was a problem. You got Black people. We went into the Democratic Party, and we thought that, and that started with that rock your vote shit with Puff Daddy. They thought that the hip hop, the number one music in America, was going to translate into votes, and it didn't happen. So that's what you have right now. People are going back to their political roots, their culture, and that's why the MAGA movement is so big, because they don't care about what their favorite rapper thinks, their favorite basketball, like LeBron James. He's another oof that made him look like a fool. He jumps out there, and this guy, LeBron James, is basically an illiterate. He attacks Donald Trump and bigging up Barack Obama. And he thought that his celebrity was going to sustain him, and it didn't. People are going to side with the president of the United States over a basketball player. And a lot of these people were just so pumped up in themselves that they didn't understand that. Now, the LeBron is being rejected by his own people, And everybody's like, oh, the LeBron. He's not as popular as he used to be. And so, therefore, if he's not popular as he used to be among Black people, he's not popular among white people. I mean, he got a lot of money, but still, I don't see his son and all that. I don't see that happening in the future. I just don't. I see the time is being spent. T.I. was a big rapper. Yeah, he got some fame. But look at his son. His son grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. King, whatever his name is. And he's out there acting a fucking fool like he's a gangster. You know? So that's what you have. That's what you have in our culture. I think finally the wool, and you know what they say? They say the reason is, and I'm going to tell you the reason. Dr. Dre let it slip. He says what's killing us is the mystique of our lifestyle is gone because of the internet. Now people could spy on us and see our events and whatnot, and we don't have any control over our image as we used to. Before, only time you saw somebody famous, right? Because you had to go buy a magazine article, and the image was carefully sculpted. Now with the internet, you got all these people writing articles and blogs, everything like that, and people don't know where the truth is and where fiction, where truth begins and fiction ends. So people on the celebrities, like, I'm getting unflattering commentary and everything like that, but one person who learned to master this is 50 Cent. Trolling online. Will troll you right back. That was his thing, trolling. That's the way he got on the trend of trolling and whatnot. Everybody else tried to ignore the trolling of their image and stuff like that, And this is why people don't respect people like Al Sharpton. Because you look at it, Al Sharpton has no real internet presence. You think Al Sharpton could do a show like this and speak to people? No. He get eaten up. You think you have a blog where you could openly comment on his subject matter? No. They have to be in controlled environments. Like everything else. I'm kind of embarrassed, right? This weekend, and somebody will call in and tell me what happened. Ray J gets beat up in a celebrity boxing match. Now, what is Ray J doing out there at his age? Didn't Ray J have? Ray J had a heart failure situation. He was wearing the defibrillator and whatnot, because heart function is low. What was he doing in a ring fighting somebody? It's money. All these people are struggling. All these people are broke. Don't let them fool you. It's sad but unfortunate. The people you thought, because we always rooting for these black people. Oh, they got all that money and whatnot. So we live vicariously through them and say, you know something? I could be like that, And then when you really discover what they have, which is not much, you get crushed. Ray J, I saw the video. It was just really bad. The dude hit Ray J with 2 pieces in the midsection, and he went down. And I think it's something about over Floyd Mayweather is with his baby mama is part of Floyd Mayweather's harem, I guess, and they're ragging him on that. They challenged our boy to a fight. Our boy got into the ring and bit the black. And so that's what happened. Now Ray J should be sitting back. He had Sister Monica. He had a lot of exposure with the Kim Kardashian thing. He should be doing well right now for himself. But every time you get into celebrity death matches and stuff like that, a lot of these bikes upstairs, they're broke. Yeah, I know they're broke. A lot of these people are broke, but you got dumb Negroes out here who listen to every word they say. When you got people like Charlemagne the God up there propping these people up, or not like, what I can't stand is when people keep holding these people up like these overlords over our community. They got kids, endless bills to pay. Yeah, every time you see them at an event or something like that, and they took a plane, a private jet, that shit costs money. You know, might go for a year, but sooner or later, that flight company's like, "Where's my damn money?" That security guard that you paid, that you had, well, now he gonna want his money eventually. Well, I didn't know nothing about Nate Robinson. He had these celebrity boxing matches and stuff like that. Black America is becoming embarrassing. You take away the money and whatnot. The only thing that really kept Black America going, the celebrities, was the money. Because they were always throw in their face that I got no time for fake niggas. Just sip some real wine with some real niggas. Um, the whole Diddy thing, the whole all about the Benjamins. So that shielded them from criticism because everybody will always say back in the days, well, they making money. What do you got? Now what I'm hearing now is these guys ain't even making that money. And we're supposed to feel sorry for these people. After they spent the last couple of decades mocking us for being broke and everything. It's all about the Benjamins. Biggie Small talk about while you sitting in your Honda Excel. These people don't, I have no pity for these people. They sat there for years mocking working class black people. Now the chickens have come home to roost. Dame Dash, I'm still trying to figure out what's his angle. He walks around. Okay, he was head of Rockefeller Records. Rockefeller Records and Rockaway is no more. Dame Dash does anybody know how Dame Dash makes a living? Does anybody know? If he doesn't, if nobody does, why is he still on platforms, given a platform to talk? I mean, I like Dame Dash, but maybe he just really hasn't got his wake up call yet. That Negro, you're not gonna get that Jay Z money. They come to find Jay Z. They say Jay Z struggling. Jay Z struggling. He might have to go on tour to make ends meet. This is unprecedented. Jay Z and Beyonce constantly showing up to these red carpet events like they're king and queen and shit. Now I'm hearing Jay Z struggling. None of these people got what they say they got. So that's what we talk about tonight, right? Everybody knows how to front. Everybody knows how to put on. What's called put on. Put up a front. Fake it till you make it. And so it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. What can we do about it? I'll tell you one thing we can do about it. And I think that's what's happening now with the political process in Black America. Look, Kamala Harris brung out every last single Black celebrity, everything like that. Meg Thee Stallion, Plies, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Oprah, and whatnot. It still couldn't motivate Black people to get to vote. In other words, I think the days of celebrities influencing our community is gone. So if celebrities can't influence our community, how are they going to get us to the polls to vote? And I think the only way they figure they can get us to the polls to vote is through trauma. I'll never forget that fucking bastard Al Sharpton at George Floyd's funeral. He says, "What do we do about all this? Show up in November to vote." What the fuck was voting going to bring George Floyd back? So I believe that the Democrats were hoping that this guy Chud the Builder, whatever the fucking name is, kill somebody, and it looked like that the federal government bundled it. Either he escaped or didn't get charged with it, so they could say, "Look at the justice system, blah blah blah." Now it whip up so much anger in Black America that you got to go out there and vote. And what gets me is, and I've thought about this, nothing we ever vote for ever comes to fruition. You ever notice that? Nothing in our community is on the table. I'll tell you one thing. They said, "Well, what do you got people want?" I had an idea, right? And I know, like I said, I have many ideas, but I know it's going to peter on the vine. Know that the Democrats want our vote, right? We have a large number of people, right-wing, racist people, white supremacists waging cyber war on Black America with misinformation, AI videos, everything like that. But the thing is, these people still got jobs. They can be tracked down. They could be held accountable. But those things cost money. Now, if you said something about the Jewish community, whatever like that, the Jews have money to track you down, investigate, and show up at your job and say, do you agree with these statements? He said Jews, Hitler didn't go far enough. But they're like, no. Well, we're going to basically say, since he did that tweet between this time and that time, he did that on company time. So that means that this came from your business. What are you going to do? You know what they're going to do. They're going to fire that guy. But doing stuff like that takes money. Black people are not given the tools to fight their enemies. So if people ain't talking about that, yeah. And not only that, hate crime bill, that's one thing. But being able to have the resources to go after people that's a target in their community. Other people do it. They ain't worried about racism. They know you get out of line with them. They got the resources, time, everything. We don't have that in our community. We got people so-called activists. All they do is nothing but show up and bring their fat ass on some platform, talk about racism, white supremacy. Ain't got no money, no nothing to fight these people. The white supremacists can be beaten. The only people the white supremacists mess with is Black people because they know we don't have resources. They know we don't have connections. That's why we're an easy target for them. And they know the liberals we vote for ain't going to give us that money. Ain't going to give us that leg up to fight them. Oh, yeah, David Dash. He gave Lee Daniels like $1.5 million. Man, he said, I want my money back, man. God damn. It's like, damn, Dane. Yeah. And these black celebrities, like I said, I don't see what the use is. If you still voting in this political process and people telling you to vote for, I'm just giving you my opinion. I'm not telling you not to vote, right? But when you ask me why I don't vote when a clown like Elvis asking me why I don't give a shit about who's in office, who would vote for it, now you understand what I'm talking about. I would much rather have the right wing, Trump and all these people in power than to live a fucking lie. So what we're talking about tonight, And I think because the internet has exposed Black America as being weak, broken, fragmented, you cannot sell Black America to the world anymore. People like, you're not all that, right? Like, it used to be a time where people would be talking about my project, Marcy's son, Queensbridge. Now people look at that like, why the fuck do I want to go there? I could go on Google Earth, look at where you came from. I could look at every street, whatever, in real time. So the image that you put out on your record really does nothing for me anymore. And the internet killed these people. I'm from Marcy, son. I'm from this project, son. And that's what I say. People are saying the streets is fucking whack. I never thought the day would come where the streets would become corny. What is it going to lead to? I don't know. It's going to lead to conflict. And I do believe I'll see it in my lifetime. There's going to be a bloody conflict because you have white guys running out here now who are doubling down on this idea that not only they should be able to say the N word, well, okay, you can say the N word, right? But you could be able to go up to a black man, sit him down with his family, call him the N word, and that dude gets up and hauls up and hits you, he's going to jail. Isn't that fucked up? So in other words, I'll ask a question. Now that seems acceptable to people, right? But then what if you have some black thugs were in your face at a restaurant and they say, damn, your wife got a fat ass, I want to hit that. You hold off and defend your wife's honor and you hit that dude. Do you think that you'll get arrested? No, of course not. A police will be like, no, you was defending your wife's honor. When it comes to the black man, we're not allowed to defend our own honor. So get prepared for them saying whatever they want to you and your wife in public. And then they'll tell you, if you get up and do something, you are going to jail. That's the times we're living in right now. And most white people, in their unjust, cruel hearts, really believe that's justified because, their freedom of speech overrides everything else. When Charlie Kirk was killed, you couldn't even whisper his name out of turn. Freedom of speech went out the door. They threw freedom of speech right out the door. When Charlie, don't you dare say anything about Charlie Kirk. They were going to people's jobs and some of everything. And so taking people's livelihood away from them because they said they didn't like Charlie Kirk. What do you think about Charlie Kirk? I don't like him. I didn't agree with him. Oh my God, how dare you? You see what I'm getting with all this? And then when it basically comes to them, when it's pure racist nonsense and everything, suddenly they pull the freedom of speech card back out. Well, it is what it is. All I can do is sit here and tell the truth. I was going to take the night off tonight, but I felt like this topic was something that I had to do. So what's the next? And we don't have what Black America always prided itself was. Rich Black people, successful Black people on that level was always Black America's pride and joy. Let's be honest with you, they were always our pride and joy. So if they go, then what? What happens when our pride and joy leaves us? What happens when Beyonce no longer has money and they get stopped getting invited to the red carpet? What exactly do we do? What if you find out that Oprah Winfrey is a pauper and she's not really rich? What would that do to your self-esteem? I know a lot of Black people commit suicide. Oprah's broke? Oh my God, yeah. You know, Oprah don't have any money and everything like that. No. You know, part of it, don't you understand? I don't know if Black people can handle that. We put so much into these celebrities and these people above us when because we believe their success is tethered to, we're tethered to their success. Their success is our success. They're trying to struggle. It was like that back in the days. Black people who got a little bit of money, they had to keep up an image. The image was for the masses of people to have hope. That's why you had situations where you had people like Muhammad Ali. He was never really flashy with his money. And so he basically laid low. And he was often critical of those Black people who like flashing money in front of their people and stuff like that. I mean, everybody knew he had money, but he wasn't flashy, with the suits and the many cars and whatnot. That's the first thing Black men did when they got a little bit of money. They bought a fleet of Cadillacs. Got to the point where now you go to church My pastor got more Rolls Royces and Mercedes than I gotta admit. That one Rolls Royce that Creflo Dollar drives, man. Uh, 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 that guy has a matching one, a cream one, a mint green one, and a matching suit with it. That mint green Rolls Royce looks fucking beautiful. I gotta admit, bro. He has a matching Rolls Royce, a matching suit, and that attracts our people. People are not going to listen to you unless you have a lot of money. So one day when College Genesis somehow becomes a multi-billionaire, you think the BAL is not going to take off? Of course it will. Man, shit, I have like 3 million members in 24 hours with a new million members every day. Because people are attracted to money. They don't have to hear what the fuck I got to say. They're attracted to money. And those who follow me now, I appreciate it. The people listen to me now are the people who believe what I'm saying. The rest of the people are just followers. They're gonna wait and see. They call it the BAL strike it rich, and then they're gonna come flooding in. It always works like that. Well, anybody got any celebrity harvest stories? I'm gonna open the lineup in a minute. Let's see, celebrities, black celebrities struggling. It says right here, many black celebrities have publicly spoken about financial. This is a shame. This is I got no shame about financial, mental health, addiction, legal, or career struggles despite fame. Says some examples include Wesley Snipes faced major IRS debt and prison time related to tax evictions. DMX struggled publicly with addiction, legal problems, and legal issues before his death. Monique spoke openly about being blackballed in Hollywood and losing opportunities. Lauryn Hill dealt with tax issues, industry pressure, long periods away from music. Michael Jackson, despite enormous success, reportedly faced significant debt near the end of his life. Tiffany Haddish has talked about homeless and poverty for being famous. TLC, the famous filed for bankruptcy in the 90s. Tyrese Gibson has publicly discussed financial, emotional difficulties. Yeah, man. So like I said, when you're black, you're black. Those financial, that financial demon, man, is gonna follow you. It's like Jim Crow. That financial demon's gonna he'd be chilling on the beach and whatnot. I said, "Who's that over there?" I don't see nothing. That man in the hat over there, just staring or not. Can't see his face shaded, right? That's the financial demon. He's taking account of everything you do, waiting to pounce or not. The financial devil. Sooner or later, every black person meets him. There ain't nothing worse than financial problems. But what about your financial problems when you got to keep up an image too? You know what gets me is I be asking myself, you got people like I'll never forget. I'm not trying to laugh, but 50 is fucking funny, right? This nigga has stacks of money on the table in bundles, stacks of like thousands of dollars, right? Stacks, $10,000 a piece, one of those stacks, right? He had a whole table there. He's like flipping to him, like he's talking to a relative on the phone. Was like, I just want to borrow $5. I ain't got it, man. I ain't got it. Yo, it's like fifth. You didn't have to record that shit. I ain't got it. I ain't got it. I'm broke, man. I ain't got it. He had a whole table full of money. He must have had like $2 million on that table. He's like, I ain't got it, man. I ain't got it. And then Jay-Z, if Jay-Z's supposed to be a billionaire, why would his cousin call him and said, can he loan him $4,000? Loan. Jay-Z said no. These people really got the money they say they got. Anytime you stress over $4,000, there's something not quite right about that. I don't know, 50 is just an asshole. I ain't got it. I ain't got it. It's in there. I ain't got it. It's in there flipping through his money, putting the stack up. I ain't got it. I ain't got it. I ain't got it. The guy was only asked for a little amount, like $5,000, whatever. I ain't got it. He must have had $3 million on his table. That's what they do. They get him and Floyd Mayweather. They get there and just count their money and shit. It's like, man, count the money and then put it in there. I ain't got it. They know that money's power. Money is real power. But this is what we're talking about tonight. But when it comes down to it, it all comes crashing down. What goes up must come down. And his old saying, be kind to those that you're going to step on the way up, because you're going to meet those same people on the way back down. Now, these people are on their way back down because they found the white man has no more use for them. There's no more use for these people. I think the wrong thing, but it's to me when I look at it, right, is that they didn't expand the black market, right, to include Africa. And I guess they didn't think Africa was worth the investment, whatever. Had these black celebrities expanded their reach beyond the continental United States to other parts of the world, particularly Africa, or not, we'd be in a better position. That right there needs to be studied. Why that did not happen? Because it seems like white America is sort of losing interest in black culture. Really, I'm telling you, they lose interest. They like black culture, but they don't like the black people. White people figure now they can enjoy the black culture without necessarily have to enjoy black people. And it's satisfying because you see this perfect example what I'm talking about was the way Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo looked at that awards day in the UK when the guy was yelling the N-word. And I think that did something to a lot of white people. Saying these are two top black celebrities and whatnot. We own them. We can say the N-word right in front of them and they can't do anything about it. So there's no incentive for them to treat black people equally. Because they know the same black people Call them next year. They'll be at the same award shows and all stuff like that. And that's a power dynamic. If somebody needs you, you don't need them. And they dominate you, you know? That's not a good look. There's no bargaining with that. There's no collective bargaining between the white power structure and the black people. Because the white power structure knows you have no other place to go. We didn't build our own institutions, our own award shows, and stuff like that, our own venues and everything. We were trying to do that at one time in the 90s. But we sold all that out for the red carpet, the Grammys, for the VMAs, and all this other stuff like that. We sold ourselves out. We thought white charity and white benevolence was this endless source of power that's always going to be there. You know? Now we got egg on our face, you know? I mean, I could understand. What was the point of Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo, 2 Oscar nominations? Why were they at that fucking venue in the first place? You know, I think that's like the British equivalent of the Oscars. Why were they in the first place? To present an award for somebody else. You know, 1776. The black man is living in a nightmare. I hate to say this, but I'm proud of the black soldiers, like that. But get a grip. Get your head out your ass. It turned out all bad, you know. It turned out bad, really. That country right now is so fucking. I would like to know what 1776 think of the fact that majority of white people support Chud the Builder and their right to say the N-word to you in public. Call you a nigger to your face in public. Now, they didn't say we should be able to say, I should be able to walk up to any man, call him a son of a bitch. I should have cussed any man's wife out. Everything. They felt that one exception as far as like decency and everything. Like I said, it's not the decent thing to do. Call somebody out their name, anything like that. But the one exception is if you are a white man and you see a black man, you could call him out his name and call him the worst word you can call a black person. I wonder 1776 got to say about that. That's the America you love so much. Like I said, these black soldiers, they fought in vain for a wicked ass country and didn't give a damn about them. That's the dumbest thing I have. 13% of the population, 20% of the armed forces, right? Do we own 20% of the New York Stock Exchange full? Do we own the things that matter? Are we 20% of all the decision making in this country? No. Do we have 20% of the wealth? No. So miss me with that. What the fuck we have? Everything you just mentioned benefits the white man. But 1776 is not too bright. You can call him a coon. You know, a coon. The coon, the day of the coon is gone. 1776 just holding on. The coon will rise again, right? 1776. The coon shall rise again. So we gotta be a bunch of coons to get along. Yo, Mike, how am I addicted to white people? This fool brought up white people here. You're addicted to white people. Mike Olomola Wale, you know? Oh, Michael Wale. I don't know what Michael Wale's talking about. I'm addicted to white people. Where have I even mentioned white people tonight? All I'm saying is they want to be able to go around and call people the N word, right? Yeah, what's a medal of honor to what? You know, to what? You know, I'll tell you a story of a man named soldier in World War II, a Harlem Hellfighter named John Henry. I'm gonna give a tribute to John Henry. Memorial's Day, so I'm gonna give a tribute to John Henry. Well, I'm gonna play some black soldiers or whatnot. Let me tell you a real story. John Henry went there, killed Germans, successfully and documentedly turned the tide of the war in the favor of the capitalists and the Allies in World War One. He was injured and wounded in the war. He comes back to America. He was discriminated against, right? The government did not give him his veterans pay, so he lived in abstract poverty, and he died from untreated wounds from the war. That's your America, 1776. And I don't forgive. I'm sorry. You do something to my people, and we're fucking enemies forever. You sound like a coward. You coward is somebody who cowers to another man's will. I don't give a damn about the flag or stuff like that. I want to know how the fuck, when you had the chance, how'd you treat my people? That's all. In Slocum, Texas, right, there was a massacre of African American soldiers, right, who fought back against a town who attacked them for having a uniform. And they said, look, we didn't do this for a race war. You know, they said, we have to make them respect America and the flag. So they stood their ground. Some white people were killed, but yes, they were just defending themselves with the American uniform on. They all got rounded up. They all got court-martialed, convicted, and hanged. No white person got hanged, even though the whites started the massacre. So miss me with that shit, man. I'm sick of people trying to revise history and tell me something that did not happen. I'm doing more to fight for my ancestors. My ancestors who died for this nasty country in the wars. I'm here to defend them. That being said, let me play some videos.
working with it. Here's what no one told you about high IQ ADHD. Your brain demands more dopamine than average. Daily life feels flat, boring, empty. So you fill it with distractions, scrolling, snacking.
The Harlem Hellfighters was a regiment of New York National Guardsmen in the First World War. They were set up to fail by their own government. They were humiliated, degraded, eventually given to the French army as a throwaway. And they ended up coming home as one of the most decorated units in the entire U.S. Army.
The Harlem Hellfighters are one of the most important regiments in American history. In World War I, they helped to establish to the entire world the power of Black soldiers in the military.
It was very difficult at that time for African Americans to get into the United States military because there was this perception that African Americans would not do well in battle. They had to overcome the prejudice of their own countrymen and yet also perform ably on the battlefield.
Like so many units of African American descent, when they go overseas, they're not sure what they're going to do. Are they going to fight as infantry? Or are they going to be stevedores and load ships? Or are they going to be labor units and cut wood?
And so they're committed to labor duty, they're unloading ships, building latrines, those type of support services. And as you can imagine, these men have been trained and they're willing to fight, they're ready to fight, and this is stressful for them.
They were finally given to the French army, which in a way was an even greater insult because in the First World War, when the United States entered, General Pershing, the commanding officer, was very clear that American forces would not be fed piecemeal into the French and British army because the French and British wanted reinforcements. And Pershing said, absolutely not. When Americans join this war, they will fight as an American force under an American flag led by an American general. ... Except for the black guys. You can have them.
Henry Johnson is perhaps one of the most remarkable Black military heroes in U.S. history.
And he found himself in no man's land with Private Needham Roberts manning a listening post.
And Needham Roberts hears click, click, click. He realizes somebody's cutting the wire. It's potentially a German raid.
And so Roberts is passing him grenades and they line up these grenades and the Germans actually do come across the lines. Roberts is hurt and now Henry Johnson is left to defend their position and to stave off this attack. And then he makes the mistake of jamming a French cartridge into his American gun and it no longer will work. And the Germans are on top of it.
He then used his rifle like a club. And then he ended up fighting with a knife against the Kaiser's best and turned them.
He's wounded in the fray. He's struck, for example, in the foot and has a debilitating injury as a result. And he fights them off, he says, for what seemed like an hour.
The Germans ran shrieking into the night, all because of one man.
It's not until the next morning that people realize what a tremendous act this was. They discover 4 bodies of dead German soldiers. And they also realize from the equipment and other things that are left behind that as many as 30 may have been involved in this altercation.
As soon as he drove off those Germans, the French awarded him with the Croix de Guerre, a great honor. Unfortunately, it took about 75 years for the US government to give him the Legion of Merit. Had he been white, he would have walked out of that war with the Medal of Honor. What was so shocking to me when I began to research the story of the Hellfighters was that after they had performed so magnificently in combat, the United States government actually sent a memorandum to the French government, essentially implementing Jim Crow, essentially saying, don't give them some notion that they are equals because we don't want them taking that notion back to the United States and demanding equality.
When they come back to the United States, he's not awarded the Purple Heart. There's no notation in his military record of his injury. And so he winds up not being able to work because of this injury. He doesn't get any kind of assistance from the army or from the government as a result. And he ends up dying in 1929 penniless. So it again shows the paradox. Here's this great story of valor and of courage on the part of this soldier. And ultimately, he comes back to a nation that doesn't honor that sacrifice.
We tend to think we all know American history so well, but the story of the Harlem Hellfighters should be one of the first stories told. It wasn't about killing other people, it was about being Americans and serving their country well. That was the inclination of the Harlem Hellfighters.
When you are African American in 1917, democracy is armor. Democracy is a weapon. And to fight for a war to make the world safe for democracy was something more than just some ethereal crusade for the Hellfighters. It had concrete results. They were fighting for the rights to be a citizen of the country that they were born in.
This is why I'm anti-American. You know, so what's that? Why I'm anti-American. Stories like this is the reason why I don't believe in America. I believe America's a lie. America's a lie. You know, it has been, always will be. So that's my humble opinion. Take it the way you want it, you know. America is low. Low. And all of human civilization, America is is humanity at its lowest point. Really. America is humanity at its lowest point. Unfortunately for these great men, should have had our own nation to fight. Imagine we would have had the Harlem Hellfighters in our own land. We would have conquered the goddamn world, you know? So it is what it is, folks. That being said, it open lines up. Like I said, just, you can take it all you want. And we look at what's going on in America now. People are incorrigible. They haven't learned anything. And so, like I said, let the chips fall where they may. If it leads to a bloodbath in this country, a race war, so what? So be it. We got to be prepared for everything at this point in time. Yeah, America is so fucking far behind the rest of the world in human development. America is like the lowest thing you could be on the planet as a fucking American. It is what it is. That's my Memorial Day video. I don't know, I might play another one, but when I think of the Harlem Hellfighters, when them brothers did for this country, won the war, single-handedly won the war, and then wasn't even given command in America. They were given to the French, like throwaways. But they were the most extinguished in battle. And the white boys are so jealous because when you think of World War I, right? White men, oh yeah, we won World War I. Who won World War One, Mr. White Devil? It was a black man who won the war for you. People don't like when I talk frank, you know. I can't just talk in riddles. I talk frank. I'm very frank in what I'm talking about, and I'm very clear in what I'm talking about. The days of bending over and just, everything's good. No, them days are over. You know, them days are over. In a couple of years, I'll be out of the United States for good. High collar emerging cause and build towards this nation. Yeah, look, I'm like this. At this point, I don't even consider it ambivalence, right? When I look at the whole thing, we were literally taken into captivity and had a forced, what's the proper term I'm looking for? A forced intimacy with people who were our fucking worst enemies. That's the truth. We were never fucking Americans. It was a force, and you cannot force people to be something they're not. That's where the conundrum comes in. But because we live here, and like I said, me too, you listen to their music, you listen to the propaganda, and you're born here and whatnot, you know. Yeah, you like anybody else, you're an American until you're proven otherwise. That's the way it's always going to be. But at the same time, black people need to have that double consciousness. And the main consciousness should be the fact that you always remember how your ancestors got here. That there was nobody, Afro theory, at this that looked like you at the signing of the Declaration of Independence, the writing of the constitutions, or the amendments to the Constitution. No one has ever asked us, hey, black people, descendants of slaves, did you want to be here? Do you want to be American? No one asked us that. America is something that was imposed upon us. Yeah, I always had double conscious. I was conscious that, look, by default, I'm an American because I have no choice. I have living on this land. But the reality is I knew I wasn't American. So you're an American and you're not American, same time. If somebody imposes something on you, you're going to resent it. Simple as that. That's just the way life is. We're no different than anybody else, you know. Yo, check us out. 1776. There was a whole squadron of black soldiers who abandoned the American army and joined the Philippine guerrilla movement. You know, that history, that happened too. The bottom line is this: what the hell I care about what America conquers? You know, that's up to white people, white capitalists, everything. We don't benefit. I don't benefit from that shit. That's what I'm saying. You know, you got these Negroes like 1776. We helped them out. What the fuck we gotta help America do anything? I don't give a fuck about America. I don't give a damn who listens to this shit either. I don't give a damn who listens to shit. I ain't trying to help America do shit. And a lot of times black people went into a military because it was something to do. There was no other job, any other opportunity, you know. But this is Memorial Day weekend. I do pay tribute to our brothers who fought for his no good, nasty, white supremacist, white devil country. I give them honor and respect today on Memorial Day. For although they're fighting for what they believed in, and I support them what they were believing in. But at the same time, I'm my brother's keeper. Unfortunately, all these brave black men, instead of fighting for their own land, their own people, their own nation, they were made to fight for their worst fucking enemies on the planet, which is the white American. Oh, 1776 don't believe that. He believes the white American is his friend. But the link is in the chat room, folks. Somebody want to call in. The link is in the chat room. Yeah, and people don't understand Memorial Day was started by ex-slaves, you know, to commemorate the people who died in the War of 1812 and the Civil War. That's called Memorial Day. We started Memorial Day. This episode, we killed and shed blood for this empire. That's the whole thing. You're a fool because only a fool will shed blood for somebody else and not his own thing. You have nothing to gain from it. The white man has property, wealth, everything. You ain't got shit. So you're fighting for something that you don't benefit from. Is that stupid you sound? That's supposed to make somebody proud. You fought for somebody else to have an empire and you got nothing. Like Olamala says, best you do, just move to Liberia, man. That'll help you heal instead of keeping contributing, paying taxes every day. It is what it is, you know. Whether I move to Liberia, Angola, whatever like that, I still gotta free my people. Hear that, Mike Olawale? I have to free my people. It's bigger than just me. I want to have it so my people are free. So millions of us can part ways with this white devil here in America. That'll be the dream come true. Now those like 1776 who got his head up the white man's ass, hey man, I wish them all the luck in the world. No, I'm not sick. I just got I'm a horse a little bit. I'm coming off a cold. Well, I don't know, but about that DK. But if Liberia was still run by American Liberians, that'd be great. No, Mike Olawale, in 2 years, I'll be out of here. Whether black people stay in America or not. I hope they could join me on the continent, but in 2 years, I'm out of here. 2 years, I'll be out of this country. Leave a beautiful life that I have in America because I do not believe in this country anymore. Like Olamowale. Olamowale. I was talking about Mike the other night. That's buzzword candy and nuts. I don't know what that means, DK. Sound a little freaky to me. Two years, bro. I'll be out of here. Black celebrities fail to maintain genuine black image. Man, the black celebrities fucking threw the freaking thing, threw the images out the door. They didn't give a shit about nothing. That's what they look. They're like fools now, and they want the community to back them up in their foolishness. Mike Olawale, it takes time. I have a business here. Now, when I get to the point where my business, I can operate completely on remote, which I think I can do in 2 years, I'm out of here. Yeah, but talking about the celebrities is this. I hear that Jay-Z is struggling. It gets me is they were telling me a year ago Jay-Z was a billionaire. So what the hell happened, you know? Floyd Mayweather owes IRS money. You know, I'm like, what the fuck? Rick Ross is having financial problems, you know? What the fuck, you know? Seventy 76 is a freaking nut, you know? Mike, do you know how many Black Americans, African Americans who are living on the continent now? The numbers are growing every day. They're living in places like Kenya, Tanzania, South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, Rwanda, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Senegal, all over the damn continent is growing. I know you can't because you come from a third world background. It's probably hard for you to friggin' adjust outside of America, but us, it's pretty easy, you know. There are Black Americans in Liberia. Not a lot, but they're there. I've seen a bunch of them there. The numbers in Liberia are growing, but I'm just uneasy about the future of Liberia. That's why I don't promote it that much, you know. I'm uneasy about the future. You know, right now it's good. The current government administration, we got a good relationship with. But the wrong people get in power, all that shit can go left, you know, and everything will be wasted. Nevertheless, we got people like Val Thomas, Cynthia Blanford. They're doing big things in Liberia. They're Black Americans, you know, out of Atlanta and Houston. You got a large number of continual Black Americans that live in Liberia. But, you know, how long it can stay because Liberia is such a small country, you know. Yeah, the Black people in America are doing major things right. We're just not organized, you know. We're not organized on the one thing. Everybody's doing their own thing and everything. You don't see anybody really working together. People got their own individual projects and shit like that, but there's no coordinated effort among the Black people of America throughout Africa. If that ever happened, Black people in America could be really forced to be reckoned with. Anyway, let me put the link in the chat room again. If somebody wants to call in, give me their spin on what's going on. Michael Olawale, can you come up here and explain what you're talking about? Michael Olawale, I think you're drunk. I think Michael Olawale is drunk tonight, man. What is Michael Olawale? When you drink Hennessy, that's that Hennessy drunk. You know, that's that Hennessy drunk. And I know so many Liberians have no intention of coming to America. They told me that. I said, it's the best place in the world to live. I don't have no interest in coming to America. There's a lot of people like that, you know. They have no interest in coming to America, but Americans think everyone is trying to get here. I mean, it is true that people are trying to get here, but not everybody's trying to get here. I know. Not everybody interested in this fucking rat race, you know? So step right up, step right up. Step right up, step right up. And get knocked right back the fuck down. Step right up, step right up. Look, people are coming from desperate third world situations. You know, people come from Latin America. These people are tailor-made for cheap labor and exploitation. Not everybody wants to come here and get exploited for a few generations and go back home, wherever like that. A lot of people are just like, you know something, I'll stay wherever the fuck I'm at, you know. I'm not gonna let these gringos exploit me in any kind of way. That's the truth, you know. People need to understand that, you know, not everybody wants to be exploited. I don't want to know what Michael Wally's talking about lately. Michael Wally sounds like he's on crack, you know. Yeah, no, that's for a green card. Reply the green card. That's gonna make it tough. That's gonna make it tough. Wait, hola, Wale.
What's up? Huh? Hold
I
on.
have my fellow African on
Hold
here.
on, Carlos.
What's going on?
What's up? How you doing, man?
Yeah. First one up, my first
Yeah, I was
African of
talking something like this.
my first African of the night,
Hmm?
man. So I say you're my first African up here tonight.
First
So
African.
yeah, so
Yeah,
what's the
I
hubbub?
just think, personally, I think people like you that really get stuck with this pain of the past of other people. I think you guys are just spoiled, man. That's why you do that. You said it yourself. Like those of us that come from, rough background, we really understand what life is all about. Our life is tough. Life is not fair. Life is really
Yeah, but
hard.
life
Life
look,
is so we won't
unfortunately,
have time to be dwelling on the pain of our some
right,
ancestors
Mike.
sometime,
I
man.
understand. Look, Mike. I will look. This is what I want to do. I want to, if I could, in my power, I'd bring
Mm,
like all you Nigerians over here, and I'd
mm-hmm,
replace you guys with us, and we
mm-hmm,
have our own nation somewhere else, and
mm-hmm,
you guys can have all the blessings of America and whatnot.
mm-hmm. And
I
then
would
you know
wish
what
you
will happen?
all the
You know what
what.
you know what will happen? You know what will happen after some time? You're gonna deal with so much hardship that you'll forget
No,
about the pain of another generation.
no. I know because you don't know my people. I know the only thing. Look, first of all, I don't believe I'm in hardship. I'm never going to be in hardship. Never.
You
That's
know
not
in
going
the
to happen.
hardship. Exactly. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
just
That's
never
why you
going
have time
to.
to be thinking about
That's never going to happen. No matter where we go, we're always going to thrive.
you're
I
not
know.
you're not gonna have it like you have it in America. Trust me.
Look, we can build it. America's not
You're
too
not
much.
you're not gonna you can have
No, hold on. Wait, if you
build
guys
as much
look,
as just the Africans are
yeah,
building.
look. The thing
You're
is,
not gonna be as prosperous as
let
America,
me
where
let
you
me let me put it to you like this, Mike. Let me put it to you like this.
like the fact of the matter is you can't be as prosperous as America unless you become
All right,
a
Mike.
global
Hold on,
superpower.
hold on. Let's prosperity is relative, right?
No, for you to live
Prosperity
have the
is relative,
standard,
right?
Kala, for you to have the standard of living you have right now in America, you have
Hold
to
on.
prosper like America.
I know, Mike. All right, let me give you an example I'm talking about. The state of Israel, right? Why do
Mm-hmm,
people go from Westchester County, New York, sell their
mm-hmm,
property, and
mm-hmm,
live in a fucking communal thing in Israel? If
mm-hmm. Because Israel is an extension of America, America's
no,
prosperity.
look, whatever we build is going to be an extension of Black America. So what?
But you're not going to be as prosperous as America.
How do you know that? We got more money than
You
you. So
cannot
what?
be as prosperous as America.
No, but
America, do you
hold
know
on,
why America? Do you know why
hold on.
America?
Your argument is we're not going to be prosperous. Do we need to be?
You yes, or else you're gonna have to struggle.
So in other words, basically, why do I
You have to
need?
struggle like
Why
the
do I
rest of
need
the
to pay?
world.
Why
Hmm?
do I need to pay trillions of dollars for a fucking military budget for what?
Kala, the reason why America is so prosperous, I'll give you the list. One, the
America's a
petrodollar.
joke, man.
America is a very prosperous country, very wealthy.
Yeah,
That's why that's
hold
why
on.
the citizens are so spoiled.
America could do way more, but the bottom line is, look how much money we spend on the military.
Kala, that's not Kala. Put that aside. I don't think you get any points.
Yeah, it's
The reason,
inflation
the
thing,
Kala. The reason why an average America the entire life never know what starving or not knowing where the next meal will come from is because no matter how poor you are, the government give you assistance. So
But the
that's
thing
why
is,
you
though,
have time to be
you
thinking
only like
about
10% of the people
Kala.
rely on that.
Go
Less than
live
10% of the
Kala,
people
Go
population rely on that. So what are you talking about?
Kala. America economy is so robust, you don't have to think about too much to
What
be okay in America.
look, Mike, everything I've ever eaten in my life came from me. I never got to dine on
That's
people.
to the extent because America make it easier for you to come to
Hold on.
you.
So, but that killed your whole argument, right?
It
Because
doesn't kill anything. You've never lived in it, Kala. If you
I
grew up
have
in a third
never
world country,
taken a dime from this government. So what are you talking
because
about?
the government created life so easier for you to be able to do for
How is
yourself.
that?
The economy is they
My
create
father
economy.
worked hard. My father
Kala,
worked hard
Kala,
in the factory, and
Kala.
my
You don't
goal had
understand the
nothing to do with
word.
myself. What are
That's
you
your
talking
problem.
about?
Kala, you don't understand the word, man. I think what American government should do is force some of you guys to go live in a third world country for just 1 year alone. and know
Yeah,
what
I know.
hardship is all
Mike,
about.
I get what you're saying. I get
Kind
what
of
you're
in a third world country, most people don't know when they don't
Mike.
even know
That's what I'm
they don't
saying.
know where the next meal will come from.
Mike,
So
that's
they
what I'm
won't have
saying.
time to be thinking about some
But
ancestors
that's what
that
I'm
went through
saying. That's
something.
why I'm personally looking at countries that I can go to. Let's say it's not going to be Africa. I'd move to Spain. I move to Portugal. I move to
Another,
Thailand. So you're gonna tell me I'm gonna starve over there too?
well, you're moving to Spain, another,
I say using,
yeah,
but yo, I'm using
kind
your analogy, right?
of, Spain
So
is also
you're
is
telling
the
me,
world. Kind of,
hold up, you're telling
those
me
those.
if I leave America, I'm gonna starve.
So you're going to Spain, another white man country. Kind of, what I'm telling you is go live in a third world
Bottom line,
country.
look, you don't get it, right? I said I want to get away from the American white man.
So what's stopping you?
Well, it's gonna take me some time, you know.
Is why?
It's gonna take me some time because
Now you're making my
I have
point
to
now
get my
because you
money
know you're
together.
not going to have the same
I have to
standard of
get my
living.
residual income
The
together.
reason why you roast those of us from
Everything.
Carla, the reason you roast those of us from this poor country is because you know, you know that you can have this. We don't have the same standard of living as the U.S. So you're not going to have the same
Listen,
standard of living.
let me tell
And
you
when you
something.
go to those countries, you're gonna have to struggle to
Mike,
make ends meet.
I
Like,
make enough
you
money.
won't have time to be thinking about what somebody else went
Mike,
through
I have enough
in
money.
1944 and
Mike, I have
1845.
enough money. I make enough money now. I can move to like 12 top countries and live comfortably.
You're talking about yourself at this point. Maybe
Yeah.
you made some money. The lights off. I think you're missing the point. The lights off. Those that have made it. Yeah, I can go live anywhere in the world once you make money. You understand? Like me at this
Listen,
point, I can go live in it.
I'm gonna make money
But
no matter
listen,
where I go. So
I think you're missing my point. The point I'm making is a lot of average, even some poor, on people, black,
I try to get with those type of people.
they spend time crying about what happened to some people in the past, how they hate.
Mike, Mike.
It's because hold on. Just listen. Allow people to talk. They spend time holding on to the trauma of a different generation. It's because they are spoiled.
Mike, I think you got me confused with FBA people.
No, you're not different.
Look, the
It's because you're
FBA
spoiled.
people, hold up. The FBA people are spoiled. Now, why? You can only be spoiled when somebody else gave you something you did not earn. I earned everything I got in the world.
You
And
know,
I got
no.
what the word you're looking for is expectations.
United States, you were born in a silver spoon. Dude. You were born with a silver spoon. Yes, it's a fact.
No.
You just don't know it. Ask anybody in the world, they will tell you that
What I'm saying,
Americans are born with silver spoon.
what I'm saying is this:
You know when
my
you're
whole
born with
thing,
silver
my whole
spoon, that's
thing
when you
is
complain a lot.
my,
You
my,
people
my whole thing
complain.
is this. Look. Even when I'm staying in Liberia, right? I got a certain standard
You
of
don't
living.
stay there, you visit, man. There's a difference between vacation and
Right,
actually
all right.
living
But
in the
the thing
place.
is, Mike, years ago, you told me I was never going to be able to make it to Africa. So what happened with that? You know,
You want to visit and spend a little dollar, enjoy yourself, and come back. Go
you didn't tell me I
struggle
was going
there.
to be able to do that.
Kind of when we say live
You
there,
told me I was never going to be able to do that.
kind of what we're talking about is go experience the actual struggle, the actual life. There, a struggle. Start
Yeah, I
from the
know
bottom.
struggle. You know,
Kind of what when I'm don't go there with money you've already made in America and then flashy and trying to
but
gain
that's
the
what isn't
best.
that what a lot of
No,
Nigerians,
what I'm trying to tell you
everybody else
is
do?
if you okay, let's go to the main point. If you start a new country, like you said, you have to start from scratch. Your people have to struggle from scratch to build to get to the top. Now, that struggle where some of you're gonna so a lot of people, some people, of course, everywhere you have people that are very intelligent that will blow up no matter what. If you put them in the desert, they become wealthy. So there's those kind of people, but majority of the people you're gonna take with you, they will struggle a lot before they, and they when we talk about struggle, we're not talking about the struggle in America where you broke and you poor, you can go apply for assistance somewhere,
Yeah,
government
that's called
assistance for welfare food stamp. You're gonna you're
It's
gonna
called
you're gonna humble.
trials and tribulations. Everybody
The,
goes
the,
through
the
them.
thing the thing is, Ghana, when I'm talking to an American, like for years, they can never understand what it's like, what we're talking about, because they never lived in a third world situation. They can never, you can never understand when we, those of us that lived in third world countries, when we talk, you can never understand us. You just think we're talking rubbish because you never experienced that kind of life. where job is not guaranteed. You literally think about next month, there's no income, nothing coming, and there's no government assistance, no company, anything like that. You have to depend on your neighbors, friends, relatives, and just humble yourself where someone can feed you. And that's life. If you live in that kind of life, you will not have time to be thinking about what happened to my great great grandfather. You will not. Once your goal is to just make it to a point. Then once you make it, you be so thankful, and you won't have time. Well, this thing you guys spend time. They say people born with silver spoon are the one that usually complain the most. And if you look at it, among all the diasporans that were taken from Africa, the Caribbeans, the South Americans, you guys are the one that complain the most. The Caribbeans and those ones that live in third world, they don't have time to be thinking about what my great grandfather. When I speak of Caribbean people, they don't have time for that. It's only Black Americans, because that's what I'm saying. America is so prosperous that you guys are so spoiled that you have time to be thinking about, oh, look what happened to my great great grandfather.
Like
And I'm not saying anything is wrong. And I'm not saying that what happened wasn't terrible. But the reality is this: everyone throughout history, at some point, ancestors went through some horrible thing. You understand? Now we're not going to be taking that experience of that digging someone what happened to some of my great great sons sometime in history and trying to carry out it as if it's something that's my experience or it's something I have to use to judge today's reality, today's morality. At that time, humanity has evolved. The morality of today is not something used to judge the past. The world was not human beings were not as advanced in thinking as they are today. The moral standard and everything. Slavery, in fact, was something that was seen as normal back in some decades, centuries ago, all over the world, even Europe, Africa, everywhere. There were times where there was no. If you think back then, they had the police system, rule of laws like we do today, international laws, constitution, all those things, where you can police human beings not to violate another human being. Those things they exist at some point. People, I'm telling you, Africa, Europe, everywhere, there's people that got a slave class. Let me even say in Africa back in that time, if you don't come from a family that own a land, or you've been thrown out of a community, you were going into slavery because everywhere else you go, you don't have a land because you have to walk the soil. Back then, people survive walking the soil. That means people that own land will they will just make you a slave. In fact, you will voluntarily be a slave because there's no other way you can survive. And that's the only way you can survive is to work for someone to give you food. So back then, society was not the same way it is today. So people digging into the past to say, "Oh, look how people went through." No, back then, those were those were normal. Those people today were like, "Oh, look where people were hungry back then, or people went to." Dude, life, humanity was not the same.
I understand that, but what about the fact that white people, white America, this is an American thing, like I say, and do you think it's fair that Well, I think what happens is, be honest with you, right? A lot of immigrant brothers and sisters come here, and they get caught up in the middle of this thing called a race war, right? And somehow they want black people in America to be quiet. Because what about when white people sit there and brag about what a great man George Washington was, what a great man Thomas Jefferson was, and the Declaration of Independence and everything? What's that? Wait a minute here. This is what Thomas Jefferson said. This is what he did. George Washington was a father of white supremacy and racism. But people like yourself be like, you guys ought to listen to the white man.
Do you want me to give you honest response, Carla?
Good.
You see the way the world works, man. You see, there was a time, I was with my black American friends, and I was around some white people too. We're kind of like, and then they were pointing at some white people that were being racist, right? And then my black friend were like, "Hey, let's eat back. Let's give them racism back. Let's be racist." I said, "Look,
I don't
yes,
think it's being
but
racist.
wait, calm down. Let me just land. Yeah, hear me out. You know what I told him? I said, look, yes, of course, we can be racist. Yeah, I wish to be racist, but guess what? Racism without power is stupidity. because that white guy that's being racist is because he knows he has power. And the number one reason he's being racist to you because he knows that he wants to keep you away from his power. So
And
he's keeping. Hold on,
we all
wait, Carla,
know.
calm down. Just let me learn. If you don't have power to back your racism and you're being racist, you're just being foolish because you walk into your own disadvantage.
Look,
So
I
when
know
you're
that.
telling me, so the reason why I said that is because when you're telling me that what
I
about
know
white man,
it's
what
fine.
about white man is being racist? He's got power.
Hold up, we know that, right?
Mhm.
We know racism is prejudice plus power. So our intention is not to be racist against white people. Our intention is to survive their racism.
No.
I'm not trying to
You,
be racist.
you always say what about? Carla, you're racist, man. You practice open racism.
I
And
don't.
if you
Well,
do you
give
know
me
what
an
do you know why a lot of let me answer the point you make about we black immigrants, whatever. A lot of us why are we trying to distance ourselves, right?
as you should.
Calm down. Like when you say the race war between you and whites,
Yeah,
right? Now, we there's really no race war to be honest.
there is.
That well, okay, you can call let's say there's a race war. Now we look at if you go online today, people doing most of the racism thing is black Americans, right? Now we look at it, we're like, you practicing this racism, which
So
white people like,
let me ask you a question,
and
Mike.
you
Mike,
go
I
ahead.
mentioned land like 10 times. Let me ask you a question, right? So, what do you think about this guy, Chud the Builder?
Who?
Okay, you don't know what's going on right
I
now.
don't know. I don't follow all this crap, man. I
Right?
don't even.
Chud the Builder was a kickstream online guy. He was going around antagonizing black people, calling the N word, calling nigga, calling
Mm-hmm.
this. And then when black people respond, he say they're chipping out, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
what happened was he
The
kept going.
response, Okay, so let
Right
me
before
understand you.
he
So that's
did,
it. Who's this guy? Is he a white guy?
he's a white guy, yeah.
So he's a white guy going around calling white people being
Black
racist.
people,
Yeah.
niggas, right to their
Okay.
face. And so
He
he
got
said,
punched in the face.
nigga, that what you gonna do? And he has a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And then he pulls the gun out and bear spray and sprayed people. Well, this is what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Last week, um, he had a court hearing for another case, and there was this black guy sitting outside the courthouse, and this guy's a Marine veteran with PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome, right? This guy, Chud, decides he wanted to scream him bothering this black guy. The black guy said, I know who you are, leave me alone, right? I got
Mm-hmm.
I got post like look him up, Chud the Builder, So
Okay. So the white guy just going around misbehaving. I get that,
right. So
man.
anyway, the white guy went to his car,
Mm-hmm.
got his weapon because he couldn't bring it in the courthouse. So in his car, and they got it on camera, he premeditatedly went to his car, and then the day before they found the day before that he had all kinds of weapons that he planned on a massacre. This guy saved the massacre of
Mm-hmm.
black people, and he will
Mm-hmm.
flee the country, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes around saying that. Also, he went back to the guy, and the guy said, "I told you to leave me." And then he pulled the gun out. The guy still whooped his ass with the gun in his hand, and he ends up shooting the guy and himself. Now
So
he's
he ended up shooting the black guy and himself.
yeah, he's right
See,
now on $1 million bail. They're
he
trying to
shot himself. He
all
didn't
the
die.
yeah. The white guy shot himself.
He shot the black guy and shot himself. So the
He
black
shot
guy died.
the black guy lived.
Oh, the black guy lived, but the white guy died.
No, the white guy still. They're both alive.
So both of them are alive. So now there's a case going on.
The white guy is charged with attempted murder,
Mm-hmm.
reckless endangerment, and all stuff like that. He's
Mm-hmm.
facing 60 years in jail. You got
Okay.
white people coming all over the country with
Mm-hmm.
neo-Nazi flags, talking about free Chud, G Chud, when he did nothing wrong. This guy's been on tape. He has a whole catalog of him just starting incidents anywhere, picking on black people and whatnot. Basically black.
Kala, let me. I get your point,
But
and
you don't
trust me.
say, but you don't say nothing about that.
Kala, calm down. Your point is valid. Things Black Americans say, your reaction is valid. There's nothing wrong. I don't think anybody in a moral mind, whether African or Caribbean or other race, even white people, think you guys' reaction or response to these things is invalid. It is valid. It is. There's nothing wrong with it. Now, the problem is, it's not strategic. The strategy is where the problem is. Now, if you think about it, the number one reason whites, any intelligent person, if you talk like we African, Asians, and other race of people, when they see white people behaving racist and nasty towards other race of people, the way they look at it is these guys control resources, they control power. Now they want to hold on
No,
to
we
it.
don't look
So
at it like that.
calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. Just listen. They want to hold on to it. So now they don't want you to come and snatch it from them. So the best way to do it is to be nasty to you. So that way you push you away from there. To me,
Mike,
racism is
well, hold up, Mike. Let
well,
me
Carla,
say,
I'm going somewhere. Just let me talk though. Just
you
calm
always
down.
landing, but you ain't let me speak. You know,
But you spoke and I said let
well,
me just
I
give you a
didn't say
response.
one thing. You didn't let
But you're
me
gonna have
speak.
you
Let me
see,
respond.
you see why I don't like talking to old men.
Let me
Like
respond to what you
they say you
said.
can't teach old men new tricks. I'm
Go
trying to
ahead.
explain
Go ahead.
strategy to
Go
you.
ahead.
You're not trying to listen.
Okay, we're gonna put the
I'm trying to
time.
explain everything
Okay,
in
we're gonna
life
do
is
time.
strategy.
How about this? Let's do timers. I didn't have to do this, but I gotta do timers.
Well,
You
you're
know?
not willing to listen. You just want to hear it. You just want to talk.
No,
That's
no,
it.
no,
That's the
no.
problem with it.
Let's go time.
If you learn to, you can learn things from anybody.
Stopwatch. Go ahead, keep talking.
The human being, everything people do is strategic. A man that hates you, that come, even if I hate you, the only reason I'll come express it to you is for a strategic reason. And the only reason I may not express it to you is also for a strategic reason. People that come, white people that come to black people and say, hey, you nigga, nigga, it's a strategy. There are two reasons. One, is that the white man, they want to push you away from them. That's the number one reason why they're racist to you, nasty to you. They want to push you away from them. One, they want you to come snatch power, things that they control. They don't want you to get access to it. Two, they don't want, a lot of them know they don't want you to take their women. That's another thing. So it's the strategic thing. Now, if you're going to be racist back, it also has to be strategic, right? If you being racist back, what's the strategy behind it? So the way you can be racist back is to use another method, not by doing the way they're doing it. By going by, yo, you do your cracker, stay away from your. No, that's not way. Look at the Chinese, the other communities in America. They know this. So what do? Even we Africans, we know it. We came here, we saw white people color. I grew up, we saw it. The Nigerian community, but we're not going to be standing on the street responding with. We know these guys. Well, the whole purpose is you don't want us to rise. You don't want us to tap
All right,
into the
all right,
system.
Mike. All right,
Okay. All right.
you had
Good
a,
night, man.
you had
It's
a minute
okay.
and a half. You had a minute and a half. I'm gonna take a minute and a half. All right.
Okay. Go ahead.
First of all,
Yes.
what you said is nonsense, right?
I
Because
say nonsense. What's nonsensical about
hold
it?
on. First of all, black people have been seizing power all over the country. What are you talking about?
You
We
what?
do go against them, and we take power.
Yeah, it's the smart
We
black people that get
socialism,
power.
stuff like
The
that.
smart ones.
Well, we do all stuff like that to better everybody, not just black people, right? We do it, and we've been very fair as far as like dealing with other races.
No, the smart black people.
Hold on. When we fight for Black America for the first time in our history, sat the political process out because they expected
Hmm?
us to go. Mike, if I'm talking, please let me have my 2 minute and a half. You know, I didn't interrupt you at all. White people, everybody, the liberals expected black people to be out there riding in the streets over ICE, and we said no, we're not going to do that. You know, they thought we were going to be protecting the Somalis. We said no, we're not going to do that. We're tired of fighting other people's battles. You know, and they found out without black people, a lot of these groups don't have the strength, the numbers, or the power to fight for themselves in this country. Muslims, none of them, right? Now, that being said, when I talked about this situation right here, I'm saying the fact that we got this pretty much under control. You got a racist white guy who just basically stupid. He didn't know the law. He thought that self-defense means you can go out there, antagonize somebody, threaten them with a gun, and then what happened was he ran up against the wrong black guy. This black guy whooped his ass, and this guy's getting charged with attempted murder. He's facing 60 years in jail, right? That's not even half of it. You got all these white guys like this Jake Lane showed up at court talking about this is a two-tier justice. Now, in Montgomery County, Tennessee, all redneck judges, everything like that, process, they're trying to bury this guy. They're trying to put him away. Even before this incident happened, the FBI visited him and said, you know something? You're going to end up dead. He goes, you're going to roll up as the wrong black person. That's going to be your life. This guy still went out there, oh, black people ain't shit. I can do whatever I want to do. And took this one guy, showed him a thing. Now, I'm saying that's one thing, right? You got one jackass. Now you got copycats all over the country. I want to be the next Chud the Builder. Going up to black people, you know, insulting them, assaulting them, you know, and being belligerent.
Okay, I think I get the whole point.
You're telling me your response is about some fucking grand scheme. We don't care about that shit. We got everything we need. We don't need them. You know? The
Why
bottom
you
line.
always complaining?
Hold on. It's a principle thing. We're trying to tell you that don't get in our way when we tell you we're going to handle these people how we want to handle them. You know?
How we getting in your way, Kyle? Explain.
No, because you have the attitude that, that's what they want you to do. You know, you got to get.
So that's me getting in your way?
You know, stuff like that. No, we don't. I don't need that sort of advice.
Okay, can I respond then? Can I give you a response? You've been going for like 2 minutes.
Got a minute?
The one thing you guys always do is look for some isolated incident of one crazy guy. They do something. If once it's white or it becomes white versus black. Crazy people do crazy things every
It
day.
is
I've
white
seen.
versus black.
Hold on, calm down. A lot of you guys always want to sell us this racist problem. Usually you look for incident of one crazy white guy. They are crazy, or they call black person this, as if it's what we are dealing with every day. As if every day I walk out the door, every white person is doing the same thing. That's what you guys trying to sell. You're trying to pull to sell all this. Oh, there's a race problem. Everywhere in the world, there's crazy people. They have personal issue with themselves, but trying to make it about, oh, because I hate other race or other tribe or other people, religion. Crazy human beings exist. They're not going anywhere. So trying to use that as a example of why we have a race problem. That's sell that to somebody else, not me. That's what all these race baiters do, like Phil
Right.
and Tyreek and all
All
these
right,
people that
1 minute. All right.
they sell victimhood to black people. I don't buy all that isolation.
It ain't.
But Kala, allow me to get
Hold on.
give
You
my
already
own talk,
got
man.
1 minute. You got your 1
But
minute.
what do you mean? I haven't even started. I haven't. God damn, yo.
All right,
Let me talk, yo.
I give you 30 more seconds. Go ahead. 30 more seconds. You got 30 seconds, bro.
Oh God, man, this guy. Here's the deal, man. I don't see all this in my daily life. I don't experience these things. It's just online kind of thing or some media selling it to you. So, two, you maybe lose my train of thoughts, and you probably tell me I have 10 seconds. Just go ahead, talk. I'll
Well,
respond.
the problem is that when you came to America, you would choose to overlook the something. But I get that. If I was an immigrant from Nigeria, I come over here, and since I don't have any attachment to the black culture here, I would ignore a lot of stuff too. That's just, I don't expect you to understand this. This is not your fight. I get that. It's not your fight. You know, we're saying the fact of the matter is there's a tension between not black and white, the Anglo-Saxon of America, white Anglo-Saxon, and the African American slave descendant. There is a problem between these two groups of people. You know,
That's true. That's true.
You know? Look. No matter what you say, you could talk to the blue in your face, right? We are fucking mortal enemies. You know, as simple as
okay. Okay, this is what I see from my own experience.
yeah, but you're not one of us, so you
I don't
can't.
think
We don't care what you think.
of course I'm not. I don't want to be one of you. I don't pray to be one of you. Trust me.
Right. So I'm saying,
That's
so
why
you,
at one point
your opinion does not really matter. I say the Anglo-Saxon,
Yeah,
white Anglo-Saxon,
of course, I don't have power
white
to make it matter,
Anglo-Saxon in America,
but I,
or the white Anglo-Saxon in America, and the black
yeah, but
African
from
American
but I can tell you where I
are
see it.
fucking two
But
enemies, two
Carla,
boys.
man, I have freedom to at least express myself.
What? Go ahead. Go ahead. You got a minute.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, from I've sat back and observed the American society and see this way black and white feel about each other, and I have opportunity to talk to black people, such as I'm doing with you and many other black Americans, and they give me their side of the story, and I've had opportunity to see white people, and they give me their side of the story, and where I came to the conclusion is, for the most part, it's really not about the skin color. I think it's about culture. The both sides just eat each other's. The white side really don't like Black American behavior
That's
and
bullshit.
with
That's
their
bullshit.
outlook,
Bullshit.
and that's it's
That's
a
bullshit.
lot about your behavior, not your skin color.
Yo, that's bullshit.
That's where I
Bullshit.
found out. Maybe you need to spend
All right.
your time
Okay, let me
and
ask you a question.
what I found.
Hold on. Let me answer your question,
Okay,
right? Very quick question. So when they burned down Rosewood, was it our behavior that burned down the whole city?
what
Was it
is
our
Rosewood? I
behavior, our
wasn't there. I don't
culture?
know what happened.
Or because you don't know the history? That's why you talk ignorant.
What?
When they burned down, hold up. When white people burned down Wilmington, killed hundreds of black people of a prosperous town, Wilmington. When they burned down Black
It's
Wall Street,
possible behavior.
hold up. Black people
It's
had
possible.
private peaceful communities, right? Didn't bother nobody. White mobs came there, burned them to the ground. Was that their culture that did that?
But I wasn't there, so I don't know if it was behavior or
So,
not.
so the bottom line is,
But I
what
will
you're
tell you
looking
about
at, what
today.
you're, hold up, what you're listening to is a bunch of white lies. They don't give a damn about our culture because a lot of our culture comes from them. You know, white people are the most violent people on the fucking planet. White America.
Well, Carla, even you yourself come here to complain. You come here to complain about the behavior of your people a lot. So if
Yeah,
you
I
can be
do that.
doing
But
that,
hold up,
then it would make sense that other
hold up.
people.
Look, I could
So
very
exactly. So I don't know. Yeah,
hold up. I could go
even everybody,
way back.
even immigrant complain about the behavior of your people. Then
Hold up.
everybody complain,
Let me say this, right? I talk about the behavior of my community, right? But immigrants don't talk about the
and
behavior,
everybody do.
right? They don't talk about
Hmm?
the whites don't talk about behavior, but at least we do have people like me, culture critics, who criticize the negative things in our community. You guys don't even have that.
Yeah, yeah, but it doesn't change the fact that people don't like the behavior of your people around them.
So it doesn't matter what they don't like. They don't like us because who we are.
I'm not saying I'm
Because of
not here to complain about your behavior. I'm just telling
it
you
ain't
that a
no
lot of
because
times, I
they
think the
don't
main
like
point
your
I'm making is
behavior.
that
No, they just don't
a
like.
lot of
They just don't
tension.
like. So many people don't like Black Americans. And that's it. And that's fine. You can hate us all you want. What you're not gonna do is
Yeah, the
disrespect
Black
us like.
Americans be very nasty. So, well, Kala, a lot of Black Americans are fantastic people. You understand? They're good people. But you have people which a large section of your community, they just out of control. They just hate people. They are very hateful.
Oh,
They
well,
believe in being
I have to
racist
look,
and
Mike,
being
Mike,
being,
Mike,
being bigots.
Believe it or
Hold on,
not,
they believe in being bigots. They just believe in attacking
Mike,
people,
believe it or not.
and people
Hold
don't
up,
like them. And
hold up.
unfortunately, people mistakenly take it out on the good ones.
Hold on.
So I
I
think that's
don't
where the
give a shit
problem
about
is.
stuff. I don't give a shit about that, right? Unfortunately, I'll say like this, right?
I don't want dogs. You think I do?
Unfortunately, I'll say like this: the people who hate whatever like that, the black people who act like that, they mostly take their hate out on fellow Black Americans. We got to deal with the bulk of that. Y'all don't deal with
Yeah,
shit. So what you guys
yeah.
complaining about?
I agree with you on
We
that.
deal with most
They
most
mostly
of our
want to
community.
take it out on.
So look, and
Hmm?
you cannot have a group of people that suffer it and have all this anger reach up in them, and then talk about why these people are angry all the time. Because we know our people. I know why they're angry. You know, and we deal with it. You know, we deal with
Okay,
it.
I don't say you don't know. I agree,
We
but I'm
deal
just
with
trying to
it.
let you
We
know
deal
that
with
a
the
lot of the
anger
way people.
and stuff like that. So I put it. I'm sorry if we can't just. This is not no bed of roses that we came over here when America has fucking problems. What I
Okay, so
tell
you
you?
agree with me that something is not always about race. You agree?
Hold on. Right before your people start coming here, right? We had no less than like
Mm,
30 black cities and towns burned to the ground.
mm.
Black people are still reeling from the anger of what we went through in this country. So when you come here, you want to judge us by, oh, why
I'm
don't
not
you guys have
judging. What did I
a start?
judge?
No, you asked
Carla,
me,
don't
well,
don't stop doing
well,
strong my
just saying
argument.
this.
I never said any of this
You
tonight
asked
now.
me why are we angry? Why are we violent? You
I
know?
didn't ask you that. I did not ask you that. I didn't ask you
And
that.
I'll be honest with you, right? We are violent
You
people.
don't put word in
We
my
are
mouth,
violent.
Carla. Don't stop putting word in my mouth, man.
No, I'm saying it. Black Americans,
No,
we're
you
violent.
said don't say I said something I didn't say. Because you saying I'm saying this, I'm saying that, and I never said
No,
that.
but you're asking why people. You saying why people don't like y'all because of our
No,
behavior.
no. I didn't ask you that.
Our
No, I
behavior
didn't ask you that.
is our behavior was produced by what? Our environment.
Carla,
It
listen,
is.
if you're a
I
grown
know
man,
this
you're
thing of
responsible for your behavior. You can't tell me,
no,
Carla, if
no.
you're a grown man.
You're look, you know
Carla,
why?
if she,
You know what? Hold on. You know
Carla,
why?
everybody have reason. Everybody can give an excuse why they behave the way they behave. Even the white guy complaining about can tell you that his
You
parents
never. Your
neglected him,
ancestors.
and that's why he behaved like that.
Your ancestors never faced the Ku
Carla,
Klux
I
Klan.
don't need those ancestral stories.
Hold on.
Carla, you can't go to
Your
the court and
ancestors
begin
never
to say
went
the
there.
reason why
I
I
had
robbed
an
the stores
uncle.
because of my
I had
ancestor.
two.
This.
Yo, Mike, I had two uncles that were killed by the Ku Klux Klan, murdered in cold blood.
Carla, everybody have.
Oh no, I don't want
I
to hear
have great
everybody
uncles
has.
that were also
I don't want to hear
killed
that
by
everybody
a man
has
from another tribe.
because you're full of shit. You know,
Everyone's got something
everybody
that
don't
their
have no. Everybody has
relative or ancestors went through.
no nonsense. I
Everybody
don't want to
does.
hear that. You
Every
know,
human being has
no,
someone in their
get the hell out
bloodline
of
that
here,
went
Mike.
through something.
Get the hell out of here. You always tell me. You tell me your country was the fact that there was no slavery. It was just a business deal. You don't even think what you went through with the British was even oppressive. So I can't take your word on anything.
Carla, even today, people are
No, you
catching
don't
hell in my
even think the
country. So
British. You don't even think the British colonizing you was oppressing you. So I gotta take your word
Carla,
on anything.
Carla, here's the deal. Everyone, life is about pain and joy and a mixture of
Well, and the
crazy
bottom line,
things,
and
good and
okay,
bad.
I agree.
No, there's no society that's had it
Oh yeah,
all
and I
rosy
agree. And
Eldorado throughout their history.
right, Mike? What we're
Even
trying to do.
even Carla, you gotta allow me to talk. The thing about you is you don't like people to talk on your show just
Go ahead,
because you don't agree with
go ahead,
them. At least just let them have their
go ahead.
say.
I'm gonna
That's
answer you. Go ahead.
your problem.
I'm gonna answer you at
You
your point.
never allow once someone is not singing to your tune or agreeing with you
Go
saying
ahead,
what
go
you're
ahead.
saying. You want your show to be an
I'll give
echo
you a
chamber
chance.
where you come and just agree.
I'll give you a chance to talk. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say in life, just like in our tradition, in fact, the teacher they say life is about bitterness and sweetness. Because when life began, life was supposed to do a sacrifice with two honey, and life did sacrifice only one honey, and that's why life begins to have sweetness and bitterness. Life will be sweet and bitter. That's what life. That's how life was created for all species in the jungle, human beings. That's what life is. Life is sweet, and even your life. No human being has gone through life where it's all rosy from the day we're born to the day they die. They're gonna go through some kind of bitterness. The same thing with ancestry, kingdoms. Some kingdoms will rise to the tall, they will have it good, and they thought they will fall, they join the rest at the bottom. So that's life. Now, for someone to be using life experience or as an excuse to their own personal behavior, that's not acceptable. You can't be going around being bitter or angry, attacking people, and people start responding. You begin to, oh
Why don't
no, just let me
you
say
tell that?
this. Just let you know where I'm going. That's why
No.
you
You're full of shit.
but
Go ahead.
Carla, just let me land my point. Just let me land. You can't. I've had many friends where my class with a black man, they'll come so bitter towards me, being nasty to me, and they want to justify it by saying you don't know what we went through in this country. Bros, I don't care what you went through. You being bitter to me, and I'm not gonna accept that. That's just reality. Go
Why
ahead.
don't
That's the
you?
point.
Why don't you take that advice to? You got white people who black people never did nothing to them, and they hate us. So why like this? I'm like this. Like you said, life is about bitterness, whatever like that. I'm trying to spread some of the pain and bitterness to them, so they can experience it too.
Well, that's fine. Good luck.
I'm saying that's what I'm doing. You know, I'm like this. When
That's fine. You
people
you
come
can do
across
whatever you want, but how's the
lines,
result working for
you
you?
know, they're like, damn, man. You know,
And,
everything.
and you know where my problem is with that, Colin?
White people come out to my
Do
show.
you know what?
They want to come on my
Okay.
show.
Do you know what? Okay. Okay. Now I agree with you. You do that, but what the problem is, I know a lot of African Americans that do the same thing, but they want me to join them, and they have problem with
I don't want
immigrants
you
for
to
not
join
joining
in.
them
I
and
don't
doing that.
want you to join in.
Okay,
I don't
thank you.
like I
So
said.
don't come getting mad at me saying
Hey,
you
like,
come here, you don't join
those
us.
are those fools who believe in Pan Africanism. I'm not one of them. I don't believe in
The
Pan Africanism.
FBA, that's one of their beef. Oh, the Africans come
I don't.
here,
I
they
don't. I'm
don't
not
join
an
us.
FBA.
I'm not joining your
I'm not FBA, but I know.
the
So let
strategy.
me give you an
I'm not
example.
saying you. I'm not. I didn't say you are. I'm just telling. I'm just telling you that
Like you
we
got
don't.
this
We don't
guy.
need to join your strategy.
Hold up, you got this guy, Big Groove, completely off code, making a fool out of himself. You know, making monkey sounds.
What is this code?
His code is when you're in fucking white America, you act a certain way. You don't act like a fucking fool.
Who cares who designed this code? Huh?
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. You guys are ill-equipped to fucking be among us.
The thing is, this is why I see we get accused. We that come from Africa. We don't be on your code, and I don't know what your codes are. And when
Oh,
I'm
do you,
studying your
oh, do you
code,
guys?
it's a bad
Can
strategy,
you
which I
agree
can't. I
that
can't.
this guy? We fought for many years to have dignified images of us and whatnot because they used to pay people like him back in the days of minstrels to make a fool out of himself for the amusement of white people and whatnot. And then so now you got white people saying we can't get black Americans to act like fools anymore. So let's import Nigerians and Africans to do it.
Yeah, well, that's your issue, not mine. You know. First of
No,
all,
but I'm just
white
saying,
people make everybody.
I have no, look, I have
Hold
no
on, hold
problem.
on. White
Look,
people,
I have no problem. Look,
Kala,
hold on. We care about our image.
Kala,
Right?
Kala,
We care about our image. That's why. Hold on. That's why
they degrade, they
all the
degrade.
strong,
Okay.
all the strong black male images in the world are black Americans, not your people. All leading
Kala,
men.
the thing about you is your reality is
Black Americans.
your reality is. Wait, okay, thank you. Good, I hear you. Your reality is coming from the image black man. Sorry, the image white man put out there.
No, we
So
create
you're
our
happy
own
because the
image.
white man dictates.
No, we create our
No, no, it's the white man's
image. The
media.
white
No,
man
Kala,
created
no,
for
no,
us.
no, 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 no.
Hold up. The image the white man
Kala,
created for us.
there's no one single thing. This image this black American image that you brag about.
Let me show you. Let me show you the image that the white man created. And I'm
There's
gonna show you
nothing
the
you
image.
want to show me.
And I'm gonna show you the black.
Kala, no. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm gonna show you the white man's image of us, and I'm gonna show you the black man's image of us. You know. Let's see. Step it.
And both were on the black white man's platform. That's a fact.
I'm gonna show you the
Every part of your image, whether it's
step and
sports
fetch
or
it.
music or any, is
And
all
step
on the
and
white man's
fetch it.
platform.
Yeah. And step and fetch it was from the Caribbean. They had to bring it from the
Do you agree
Caribbean.
with me or not?
Make a
Do
fool
you
out of
agree with
someone.
me? Your global image, whether good or bad, is all on the white man's platform.
I don't know what you're talking
It
about. We
is,
have our
yes,
own
it's a
image.
fact. It's
We
all on
have
the
our own
white man's
media and
platform.
stuff like that, you know. We don't
And
need
so he's the one that put you on his platform to put you there for the
we
world.
don't need
So if you want to use that
we
to brag,
don't fucking need them.
then
No,
that's what
don't
makes
need
you
them.
bigger than me, because the white man put you on a bigger
I'm saying no, because
See,
we're marketable. That's
we
why, you
don't
know.
listen, Carla, our the way we feel about ourselves is not from another person's validation. Don't need white man's validation
Okay, well,
to dictate
the
how
whole
big I
night
am as a
you're
person.
sitting there talking about but the whole night you're
White
sitting there
man's
talking about
platform of me is not what define who I am.
hold on. But yeah,
Carla,
but you
the
sat
white
here for
people's
2 hours.
platform is not what dictates how
Hold
great
on,
I am
hold on,
as a
hold on.
person.
Hold on. You sat here for 2 hours talking about we have to basically get along with white people and stuff like that, and you gotta get that validation.
No, I didn't tell you to
You
get
telling me
along.
that.
I didn't
You know
tell
what
you to get along.
I'm saying? So please miss me with that shit, man. You
You want to
know?
stop playing me videos.
You know what I'm saying?
What are you looking for?
Oh my God, man.
Where'd you learn to be a barber? jail.
What are you in jail for?
For shaving the gentleman too close. And
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! What are you playing, a maypole dance? And you with a fan down there. Have them throw away their crutches and go to work, will you? I want something bright and snappy. And if I don't get it, the boat leaves Friday.
Okay, pick up. Ready, girls, go. 1, 2.
do like that, Mr. Flowers? Like me?
What?
This
Make
is the
your
image
face
white
look
people
like
create for
mine.
us. Stepping
Give me that razor.
This is a.
I think I
I'm gonna
get
start
it.
calling yo,
Come
Mike.
on,
You don't need to
stand
put
I'm
that
gonna
over
start
razor.
calling
here.
you.
Hold it up.
I'm gonna start calling you Step and Fetch It, Mike.
Hold it up, up.
When you're done, I will tell you what the problem is.
Hold it so I can see.
Mr. Flowers, can I finish that, please?
Whose face am I shaving, yours or mine?
Yours, I think, 'cause mine ain't bleeding.
What's going on here? You look like you need a doctor. I do. Do you know where I can find a real one?
Step and Fetch It, you know.
Kala, I see that. Well, let me explain what the problem is, Kala. Maybe this might help you a little bit. Let me explain what the problem is. First of all, the white people, they do the same image. We African, we say the same thing. Like, I'll give one simple example. Like WWF, I think in the 80s, they used to create one African character, like Kamala, one jokey things. Even today in the media, when they portray Africa, it's always negative and things like that. But the way we Africans look at it, the way we respond to it is this. Growing up, we are taught philosophy. Our philosophy always teaches us that the person that wants to mark you and put you down, like paint you to be inferior, he is the one that's projecting his own inferiority onto you. Because a person that's inferior, they see you as a superior person, will do everything to trying to make you look like the inferior one. So that's how we Africans look at it. When white people trying to do all these things, trying to use their power, media power, to paint black or Africans as inferior people, we understand that they are the inferior one. So that design or their programming does not define how we feel about ourselves. You understand? So none of
Yeah,
these
with the
things
freaking
ever make me
the
feel.
thing
Hold on.
is,
None of this. Listen. Whenever I see somebody, even when I came to America, the moment Black Americans started trying to put me down, that's when I begin to suspect that this guy is really having inferiority complex. Because the moment anywhere I go, the moment somebody trying to put me down, the first thing I ask myself is, oh, this person must have some insecurity. Because anyone that's really confident about himself, that doesn't have insecurity or inferiority complex, doesn't have time to try to put somebody else down. They consider even trying to bring another person down.
Is doing
So
it again.
can you pause can you stop playing it while I talk?
He ate up the town.
Can you pause
He's
the
hungry
video?
for more.
that's the image
Okay,
we
so
create.
the point I'm trying to make, I'm trying to let you understand where we Africans react to white people's media. This media thing is just one guy trying to have an idea on his head. He doesn't like, put some things together just to bring some people down. The way we react to it is that, okay, oh, these people here, they're suffering from inferiority complex. The people that are insecure. So they see us as people they envy and they can't stand it. So they have to use their position to try to put you down. But once you understand that, it won't really get to you. So when
And they
we
like get to me, you know why? Because
these
thank
things
God
really,
for
you
that.
guys
Hold up.
you complaining about it. You look at the image they give.
I'm
How can you
saying,
say they
look,
give you an
I
image?
could care less because
Come on,
I'm surrounded by.
you said it yourself. You said they
Hold
give
up,
you an
look,
image. How can you say another person give
I'm
you an
surrounded
image?
by positive black images my whole entire life. So I don't give a fuck.
Why do you need someone to give you an image?
I'm saying because hey, I want to.
Why do you need someone to give you an image?
I grew up on movies like this.
Why are you growing up on movies? Gala, why are you growing up on movies?
Because what was supposed to grow up on fucking John Wayne?
Movies like nothing but entertainment. I don't grow up on movies.
So that's why I said you guys are back.
I don't grow up on movies. I don't grow up on those things.
Program. But the bottom line is that if you're having a propaganda war,
I don't grow up
and
on
then basically
entertainment. I grew up on my tribal
because, like I said,
education,
you guys would be better.
tribal knowledge of
You ever ask
myself,
yourself-
not on some program,
Mike, you ask
movies.
yourself this question: why didn't Afrobeats do well in America?
Kala, no one gives a shit. It's not. I don't care about Afro beats and
You don't care
what
about
it does.
No,
Kala. When I listen to music,
no, you don't care about nothing. You know,
Kala, listen. Your number one problem is this: your reality is from entertainment. That's why I see you guys always arguing about, oh, look, we this, we do. Look at us, we look at the movies, look, do all these things. It's just a man-made things. Individuals just put things together. That's it. I don't care about. Listen, Afrobeat is not Nigerian culture. It's just individual musician making music. That's it. That's where it ends. And if the music sounds good, I listen to it. If it doesn't sound good, I don't listen.
Mike, you got your old friend here, Catcher Negro Meezy. You know,
bring that Meezy on, man. He got more brain than you. He's one of you.
No, look. On one hand, you go, I'm here to
Mac Meezy, come on, man. Come on the show.
Come up here. I'm the Black American Defender. But whatever he sees me doing, he goes against it. So I'm
Mac Meezy, but that's a white man trying to disrespect people. You can't let.
No, Mac Meezy's a fucking white man.
No, he's not. No. Me and him, we had a lot of battle fights.
You guys are both.
He got more. When I ain't getting, you reason better. I can get some. He allow you to talk, but you don't listen.
You guys are both Oreos. You're both white men on the inside. You know, that's what that's all about. You know.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you how the way I was raised. That's why I'm always proud to be the tribe I come from. These days, male child is born. You already being taught that you're the greatest thing man creates. A male Yoruba child. You understand? Me, when I get around white men, I see them as people that are inferior to me. I'm serious.
Oh, yeah,
yes, I'm not trying to be racist yet, but I don't tell them just not to make them feel low. But I don't see them as anything superior. First of all,
everybody has their own delusion.
Listen, most of my white friends, they salute me because when we walk, I get the girls. They you know, so I don't see how a white man can make me feel low about myself. It's not possible.
Mike, what happens when they ask you, say, Mike, if your tribe didn't exist for the last 500 years, what would the world miss?
Who gives a shit what you miss? What's my business with the world?
Yeah, but hold on.
Kala, I don't need the world to validate me. Kala, that's what they get you. I don't need the world to validate me.
The same time they produce Newton.
Who gives a shit what they produce? Good for them.
They produce Copernicus.
Okay.
They produce some of the best mind the world's ever seen.
Okay, good for them. I clap for them.
So how could you possibly think that you could be superior to them?
Because I think so. Because I feel like that. If you walk in, we get me wrong.
Like it.
Kala, that's me. Like that's how I was raised. I was raised to believe I'm superior to them.
Okay, all right.
And I accept it. And that's how. Listen, your reality is what you create for yourself. Kala, you either create your reality for yourself or someone else created for you. That's why I love growing in Nigeria. You know, we are raised with a reality that you are the greatest greatest masterpiece God created on the world. So that's why we go everywhere. We have confidence. That's why people listen. What, Kala, wait. People always say Nigerians are too confident because that's where we're raised. We're walking around with other men. We don't see you as shit. We don't see. I don't see white men.
Hey, Mike, can I ask a couple of Q&As?
And I'm not trying to brag about Nigeria or anything, but I'm just trying, and not all Nigerian, but certain tribes. Where I'm from, it's impossible for me to see another race of man superior to me. I don't care his achievements. That's good for him. That's for his own pockets.
Living on the grid.
When I get a mix of white people, I have so high level of confidence that they want, like, who the fuck is this guy? Well, how dare you do something to me? I'm too confident. There's nothing that can come out of your mind that will make me feel low about myself. So that's just the difference between you and I. No one can create reality for me. He can make all the disrespectful movies or shows. He doesn't budge. I still get my wives. I still wake up, eat my food, feel good about myself. Know my tribal philosophy. I'm happy. I just want to make it. Get my money and enjoy myself, enjoy women, enjoy my drinks, enjoy my family. That's it. You can't get into my consciousness and condition me, brainwash me to start feeling low over myself.
I say the man, the bottom line
You can't
is
condition me to feel low about myself. I don't
I'm
follow all these
not
shows,
gonna
man.
make you
And
feel low.
that's the problem with you. You allowed someone else to condition
I'm
you.
not gonna allow fair nothing. All I'm
Because
saying, look,
do you know why they call these things program? These TV things and all these program. It's to program minds. They design these shows and these things to program you to feel to think certain way about yourself. How do you allow them to do that to you? You're supposed to know that this is what they're doing and
yeah,
block
we
it.
know that, you know that. But hold up. Didn't ask about programming. I told you about an incident that happened in America that's spreading. Yeah, you have white people now
Gives it-
who are saying that they're gonna go out and start calling black people niggas in public.
That's
You know?
their problem.
No, that's my problem. 'Cause
Kala,
you
I pray for that
you
white
said
person
to
to
me,
come.
I'm gonna break your face.
Kala, you know what I always look out for? A white person violate the law against me so I can sue his ass and make some money.
Sue his ass. Okay.
You use the law.
You're
You know, I
hilarious.
don't listen. You can let another man. That's what you need to start teaching your kids or whoever. If you have kids
So
or nephews,
my point I'm
you
trying to
don't
make,
let another man
Mike,
determine the way your
my
life
point,
is supposed to go, your
no
life
due respect,
experience.
Mike.
You have to
The
define
point I'm
yourself.
trying to make with you is that you got a different way of thinking. I get that. You didn't come from this culture. I do, right? I understand my people.
Okay, fine, yeah.
I understand why. So I can't be taking advice from you.
I don't need you to take my advice. I'm just expressing myself the way my worldview is.
Your world works. You're not part
That's
of
my
it.
worldview. No other man can dictate my
Yeah,
consciousness. I create my own reality.
That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. But the reality is, we're
White man's validation is not all the time define who I am. Is validation. I don't give a shit how they feel.
I got Ahmed in here. Ahmed, you want to come up here and explain to Mike what you're talking about? Come up, Ahmed. Come up. Step right up, Ahmed. Step right up. He wants a few words with you. Ahmed's hilarious. Step right up, Ahmed.
Kala, do you know that they can weaponize media against people? Like, even now, if you look at what's going on in the world today, they use what they call information war. Even war as Iran, America fighting each other, they use even Russia. They use a media as a weapon. So you have once you understand that people can weaponize something against you.
They've been weaponizing media against us since we got to these shores.
Exactly. So why do you allow them to win? But you falling
because
for
they're
it.
in
You
power.
shouldn't allow
We're
them to
taking
win.
that power. We're taking that power away from them. So
you can't let them to use that shit to conquer your mind, though. I mean, like, it's almost like when I hear you talk about, oh, they're doing this, look at this, you just show me videos. I'm like, dude, do you really allow this thing to get to you like that? Like, I mean, it's like you're giving them a victory.
I'm just telling people what to be aware of.
There was a time you and Danny were doing a show, and I was trying to explain to you guys, like, look, stop sending your kids to these movie theaters, man. Like, I don't let my kids go to the movie theaters because I already know that most of these movies.
It's not like
Kala, when I came to the US, I came in the late 90s. Once I went to the movie theater like 3 times, I just stopped going because the moment I just started seeing these movies,
I
I'm
don't
like,
go to every movie.
I was like, hold on, those movies. I see that everything black is just all negative.
Only when there's like a blockbuster coming out or something where the whole family all go out and see, like the Marvel series, whatever. We don't go out. I don't go out to the movies.
But Kala, why do like in America as a culture, like in the weekends, movies and ice kids, and like, why do people let their children go to the movies?
Well, that's American culture,
But then you guys gotta be smart. You gotta walk your way. The real fights.
America, some of the things you talk about, what a great country it is, that's one of them. We have leisure.
Okay, like for example, my kids, even like Nigerian, like we know when we came here, we know that. Okay, no, I'm not speaking for all Nigerian, but the smart ones. The moment we came here, we saw that okay, this country is all about just degrading Africa and degrading black. So we have to make sure we protect the minds of our children. So we have to be educating them, letting them know the kind of society they're in, how they're trying to. Not all of us, but me in particular. and then we have to be teaching them. And then those movies or those movies, I don't let my kids go there to go watch all that rubbish because I know that they're just gonna go there and be in the theater watching
You
black
don't go to
being
every.
looking
You don't.
stupid.
Black people in America don't go to every movies. That's why we have our
It's
own
a
movie.
culture, kind of like literally. All my black people are like, "Oh, we're gonna movie this weekend." I'm like, "Why are you guys gonna watch all this rubbish? Go stop this movie culture,
what
man."
movies they talk about? Black people went out
They
to go
go,
see.
kind of like you. Come on, man. You guys like movies too much, man.
Well, hold on,
Every
hold on.
conversation, especially you,
Oh,
you
really?
start
Oh,
referring to
really?
a
Oh,
movie.
really? All right.
Oh, this
Name
movie,
the
that
last
movie. Oh, look at the
Name
painting.
the
Look.
last movie that brought black people out in large numbers.
And the moment they do Black Panther, oh, finally we look good.
Black Panther came out what? Black Panther came out. The last one came out 4 years
Kala,
ago.
Kala, that Black Panther to me was rubbish. It was not even. I'm not saying it's rubbish, but it didn't make me feel
Well, I'll tell
anything.
you what.
But it didn't make me feel any better,
Well,
anything
yeah, but it
because
wasn't meant
I
to.
wasn't watching all the other stuff anyway.
The bottom
So
line is that people basically, what they'll say, it was the highest grossing Marvel hit film in history, $1 billion.
Kala, you know what was so funny to me when people were when I saw people celebrate Black Panther, a lot of black people were I'm like, that means you guys don't know yourself. Because me coming from the Yoruba tribe, we saw our superheroes, our Orishas, our deities, Shango, Ogun, like
Yeah,
we
but
read their
a lot
stories.
of us,
Calm
a
down,
lot
calm
of
down.
us,
Just let me
a lot
land,
of
let me land, let me land. The superheroes that we know that with supernatural power, and their power is actually real. Where I grew up knowing from Yoruba tribe, it's the Shango, Ogun, Oya, Oshun, all those deities,
yeah,
like they are
but you guys can
supernatural
have
power.
the intelligence
Calm down, calm down. So
that
by the time I watch Black
like the
Panther,
Europeans did.
say it again.
The what you call Zeus, the European god
Zeus,
Odin.
are you kidding me?
King Zeus. The Zeus is a Greek god, but Odin is a Viking god, and that's the god of Thor, right? You
What do
guys
you
could have
mean?
created your own characters and got
What?
popular. You guys didn't do that,
We didn't do what?
You guys could have had your own cinematic characters that you could have sold to the world and
No, no,
sold your.
no. We don't need to. No, Kala. We don't need cinematic or create character.
That's what I
We
said.
are. Our character is real, not created. Hold on, calm down. Kala,
So you can't
Kala.
get down with your culture.
Just learn to listen, man. Kala, learn to listen. Learn to listen. Our superheroes, our own superheroes, the character of our superheroes. It's not something created artificially, or it's not comic crap or something someone created to sell or to show as movie or fiction. It's real. You understand? It's
Hold
our
on.
ancient. They
Hold
are
on.
real. Maybe you don't know
Hold
about them.
on.
Maybe Daniel should have
Hold
educated
on,
you,
Mike.
and
Hold on,
they are
Mike.
real.
Man,
We actually worship them,
man, drop off and come back in.
and we
The
don't need
boost
to sell it to
mobile
the
phone.
world because we don't need world's validation.
Look, Mike.
We're happy with them.
Mike. Okay. Mike, man, call back in again. Your Boost mobile phone didn't load up when why are people always talking?
And by the way, Zeus and all those Greek gods, they came to emulate our gods in
How
Europe,
they
in
emulate your
Africa.
God? How they
Are you
emulate your
kidding me?
God?
They
How they
they
emulate
came
your
to
God?
steal our
Huh?
characters. Their
Yeah, I
own
saw.
character is
Yeah,
not real.
hold on. Zeus and all these the things
It's
back
first
go
of all, if
back
you know your
way.
history, you know that
Hold on,
the Greeks
hold on.
came to
The
Africa
Greek
to learn.
pantheon is actually older than anything in Africa.
You're smoking crack.
So they came all
You're
the way to
smoking
West
crack.
Africa.
The Greeks came to Africa to
So they came to
learn.
West. They went all the way
Listen,
to West Africa.
the Greek gods are not even real. They came to Africa
I say so everybody's
to
fake.
learn about our gods,
Everybody,
our deities.
okay, all right.
Kala, they came to Africa to learn about our
Like full of
deities
shit,
and
you
went
know.
to Greece
You might
and
full of
start
shit.
worshiping them.
You're full
See,
of shit.
you don't know nothing about Africa. That's why I keep telling
But
you.
I
That's
know.
why I have a problem with you.
I
You know
do know.
nothing
I
about
do know.
Africa.
I
Your
do
knowledge of
know.
Africa is a Eurocentric knowledge of
What you
Africa.
call it is that
Eurocentric. From movies and media and all that crap.
what you just said is bullshit. Well, let me get
Really?
Kidola on. Kidola, go ahead, Kidola.
That was the topic, struggling.
Well, the topic is veering off into a lot of stuff, but I was telling Mike, like he's trying to speak to me about the racial situation in America, and I'm telling him about the situation with Chud, the builder. You heard about that, Kidola?
Yeah, yes.
Now Mike is telling me, don't worry about it. It's no big. I said, no, I'm not gonna fucking not worry about it. You know,
I didn't say don't worry about it. Kala, you keep putting word in my mouth, man.
You know what I'm saying? Your gist of it is, oh, they can't do that. Look, I'm sick of hearing that shit. And I'm sick of Nigerians particularly coming here fucking acting like fools, you know, putting us in danger, you know, talking like that, you know. You know?
This guy is funny, man. I'm putting you in danger, Kala.
Yo, when you got people like Big Groove running around, shaking his ass, acting like a gorilla and whatnot, you know, people throwing them bananas and whatnot, he catching them with his
Who's
teeth.
Big Brew? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Big Groove.
You talking about the same white guy that you're talking about?
No, it's a Nigerian guy.
Well, Kala,
Find
yeah.
all these crazy things, man. I don't even know about this.
Kala, you protecting.
Kala, you keep up with all the negative things that happen in the world,
What I
man.
see, no, Kala, you probably mentioned that dude, Kala. That guy is just dancing, might be trying to make his money, right? But Kala, but you will never come out. What I see, Kala, about really the community that you came from is that in this internet or whatever it is, you could cover up for people who actually you could copy Nigerians or you are scammers. But what I find out, Kala, you actually never really criticize people that is using Black America. You will scam Black Americans, even when inside this internet. You know, in this internet, people like the brother Polite, that is Savage J time now, that's the pedophile. The one that's always criticizing.
Yeah, you never listen to me. You know what I think about Brother Polite, right?
The ones that now that is internet that is attacking Africans, insulting Africans every day. But if you go and check him out and check his website, all the lies that he's telling over there. I'm talking about the chairman of NBA Court Movement, Derek Sheet.
Kidola, those are FBA. I'm not FBA.
No, I understand, but if it's Africans that are doing this, you criticize. What could do that? Do them again? I forget. I used to be in his panel a lot. The guy from Gambia. Forget his name.
Afrodamus.
You know, Afrodamus. You know,
Afrodamus.
Afrodamus. You Africans, Africans. But man, the problem what I see there is most Black Americans can't read and can't write really, but they can talk a lot. That's what I see. That is, would I go to this topic now?
To be fair, Kala criticized both sides though. He criticized both Afrodamus and the FBA side. He does that.
Yeah, he criticized them a lot. Booty, that white dude, right? That is coming out and saying nigga all the time on the platform outside. Kala, do you know how Black Americans insult white point every time on the internet platform?
Every day, man.
Every day.
Kala, I'm telling you, man. Like the face of racism right now is almost like it's Black America. I'm telling you, like online.
Really.
I'm telling you, man. It's becoming so embarrassing.
Do you think those people don't fold their hands for all these years?
That's why the white people are coming out to stop being racist back. They're like online.
I never see a white man coming out of nowhere to say, "Oh, Negro this, Negroes that, Negro that, Negro this."
Yeah, that guy Chud.
Imagine Dr. Uma. Imagine a white guy going around saying things Dr. Uma is saying. Oh, you white black women. Come on, that's racism, man. Calm down.
Let me get Ahmed in here. Let me get some sanity. I got 3 Africans on the line right here. Dangerous. So, Ahmed, go ahead, bro.
And how's everybody, man?
How's it going, brother?
It's good, all right? Man, so what's this about Floyd? I mean, what is his name? Floyd Mayweather?
Well, he's going through taxes because he wasn't managing his money right. You know, but the fool never kept money in the bank, right? Now he owes a lot of money, like $100 million in taxes. He just buying cars, buying jewelry, and so he ain't paying his taxes. That shit adds up, you know. So he's stressing right now over money and stuff like that. So I'm just basically saying, I'm looking at these black celebrities and whatnot. Maybe they ain't what they claim to be cracked up to be.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
maybe
because
they claim what they cracked up to be. They claim that they got all this money and stuff like that. And I'm seeing now, like, I'm starting to doubt this. So that's my take on it.
yeah, you're definitely right about that. But also, what I would add, right, like their lifestyle, the way they spend, and then also he loves gambling as well. So how are you going to sustain like a lifestyle like that?
Yeah.
So eventually he was gonna go broke because at the end of the day that was just all of a front. Because the way he was moving around,
Big Bang. They always say a fool and his money will part ways.
Yeah, and you might
never
think
heard
he
that
was
before?
yeah. You might think he's like Jeff Bezos, but Jeff Bezos doesn't even go around and move around the way he does. So
They
the
don't start
source of
showing they're
income matters.
flashing their money.
Yeah, I don't know why people think as soon as you get money, you start wearing chains and all that. I mean,
No, the guy will
man,
print money and show it and start talking about his money. I'm like, if you talk about your money, you give people information how to come for it. They will come for your
I mean,
money.
he works hard as a boxer. He went through a lot. I mean, let your money make money for you. There's no need for you to be flashy, like show money. The way he was showing money and flashy, disrespecting people. To me, how you play the character, right? You know how you play the character, right? As a movie, right? You playing a bad guy, right? And then the movie ended. The acting scene ended, right? And then you take that character. You never stopped it to your real life. You just continue living that same lifestyle. Because he was playing a character as a boxer to promote the fights. And then I think he went overboard with it after promoting anything like that. And then he took it to another level and made it into normal of his lifestyle. And then eventually, it got caught up with him. Because half of these people that surround you when you get money, they really don't give a F about you. Half of them people, man, that's always around you, enjoying your this and that, your lifestyle, your name. Nah, they really don't give a F about you. So I think that's what got caught up with him. It's kind of sad, though. It's kind of sad, man. Because he was one of the best great boxers, man. I give it to him. He was one of the best.
The problem with him, he can't read, he can't write.
No, but
hold on. Look, man, bro, when you can't read, you can't write. But look, that dude was one of the dudes also insulting Africa and won't set it in his platform. When they asked him about charity, I don't know how Africa will kick into the show. No Africans ever asked any help for Black Americans. He said, why should he help Africa? He said charity himself. What Africa ever asked to help? He's been sued by Nigerian dudes who he almost scammed. He scammed two Nigerian guys, right? Of about $3.something million, right? He didn't pay, Then I think they wanted to do something with him, and the guy just a fucking scammer. Look, they took some of his money. He owes a lot of money. He don't have no money. You see, this America audio money they sort of give to Black Americans, calling them billionaires and everything. When we say you're rich in Africa, you can go in. Person like Burna Boy, right? Let me give you an example. Person like Burna Boy can go in and bring out $1 million, right? $1 million. When I start saying we Africans believe in real cash before we start calling you multi-millionaire, look at Burna Boy, right? All those cars he buys is his own cars. There's no one of credit. His houses he owns is his own houses. No one of credit. It's cash. Bought in cash and everything. How he spends his money and live his life is all cash. Right? He doesn't borrow no money. He doesn't owe no money. He have no anything that on his borrowed name. What you see with this Black American people, whatever is billionaire. I think Puffy was very honest. He said, all these so-called billionaires they give it to us, he said it's all delusional fantasy. So most Black Americans billionaire status or audio status. It's the white people that give it to you, it's the white people that take it away from you, as long as they want. So you can never be like a real white man, like Elon Musk, who is very, very rich. You know what I mean? You know. So the white people have their own really, really billionaire. The black people call fake billionaires that actually never really exist. How can Rihanna become a billionaire? What have she ever done to what that billionaire status? What is she selling? T-shirts that make her a billionaire status? No. So the other so-called run around celebrities with naked ass, call themselves, or they call them billionaires and everything. It's just fake. These guys,
Yeah, but
they might have,
All right, enough
they might
jungle
have 2 million in
babble.
the bank
All right,
account.
bro.
yeah, but
You done jungle talking? Sheesh.
Kidola.
What you say?
Besides even that, he can't read and write, right? But still, doesn't mean he couldn't add basic math. It's the lifestyle he lived that got him fucked up. Because you could have easily just put like a couple $1 million in a saving account where you can't touch it.
He doesn't have it. He doesn't believe in
He
putting
could
his
have
money.
easily done that. It was just that he became a character outside of his boxing life because he was a promoter. He was good at promoting fights, though. I give it to him. He was real good at promoting fights. Flashy, talking shit, running his mouth. And I think that character got out of control. He had all like, yes, ma'am. Everybody that did not question him.
Let's be fair. Floyd Mayweather is a good businessman.
Yeah, that was the scene one day. I watch a lot of boxing, trust me. I've been a boxing fan for years. There was a scene one day, right? He got into, with his father, cussing his father out, all type of shit. I mean, imagine that, right? When you publicly cussing your father out like that, that means you have no control. And you have no control. The people around you, right, looking at you, like if he could cuss his father out like this publicly, what can he do to you? So I'm gonna be very, very careful what I'm gonna say to him. I'm gonna just, use his money, use his lifestyle. When everything goes down, I'm gonna just go my separate ways. And I think that's what happened to him. Money can be evil, man. Money can be evil, man. Not all people should be wealthy, man, or be rich.
That's not what happened, bro. Where you come up with that shit from, bro?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying because that's not what happened. Like his uncle was his actual trainer, and him and his uncle and his father had smoke, so that's why they was going at it. Because his father. Now listen, let me finish. Because his father was jealous of his uncle. That's why they had a feud. Because his uncle was his trainer instead of his dad. It had nothing to do with like a father and son relationship.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. Besides even that, right? Okay, that was tension between your father and your uncle, right? But you don't openly disrespect your father like that in front of a camera. You don't do that. You don't openly disrespect your father like that. When you do certain things like that publicly and camera as well, looking at you, everybody going, you know what I'm saying? There's a consequence for that.
Yeah, but who are you
that's
though?
What I'm trying to talk.
You know what I'm saying?
It's okay, man. But that's their family business. I think
that's what I'm saying. That's their stuff, bro.
Yeah.
Who is
You don't know what
man.
they're when it comes when it comes to family issues. Yeah, you shouldn't interfere. You don't know.
That's
You don't
not
know
what
the
I'm
in
trying
and
to say,
outs.
Mike. That's not what I'm trying to say.
I know
Mike.
what you're
missing
saying. Like the whole African thing where you should never
It's
ever
not just an
fucking
African thing.
I understand, like where we are, there's taboos and things like that. But here, there's no such thing as taboo. Like in Africa, for example, I won't say in Africa. Certain tribe in Africa, it's a taboo to do certain things, insult your father and things. No matter even your father trying to kill you, you can insult him. We get that. But here is not the culture here doesn't. So you can do that. But so hold on. There may be you don't know what's been going on in family for so long. So interfering in family affairs is not fair. You know?
Mike, I am a boxing fan. I've been a boxing fan for almost 20 years.
Is that having any sort of
We understand that, but I'm talking about the family thing. You don't know.
I get
what I'm saying is you come into to create judgment. You don't know what has been going on within the family. There's no way you can know. So when it's a family thing, as far as him, his dad, his uncle, whatever, it's something you have to stay out of. You can talk about other things, how he's flashing money, but the family thing, just leave that alone, man. Yeah.
No, listen. When you publicly disrespect your father like that, on camera, looking at you,
But do you know what led to it?
Big bad. What Mike is
It's
trying
never
to say,
right. In my
big,
culture, it's not right. I get that. In your culture
big
as well,
bad.
it's not right. But their culture
Big
is
bad. What
different.
Mike is trying to say
We're
is
telling him
this.
that he was
Big bad.
already
You live in
out of
America.
control. He
Big
was
bad.
already
You
out
live
of
in America.
control, man.
Big
He was
bag. You
already out
live
of
in
Big Bag, just
control.
America.
listen for a second, man. Let's keep on
Big bag.
that.
Big bag is not the first victim of all this so-called money being lost in the black community. This is a culture where they live in. You know, culture in America, culture they don't actually have respect. They don't forget about that one. He's not the first one. Larry Holmes lost money. Muhammad Ali lost money. You see, in this cycle of boxing whereby the black people dominate a lot on everything, the problem with them that they don't have what we call financial consciousness. And we don't have financial consciousness, then you allow other people who watch you, who study you. I'm talking about the other race, who are the real mafia in this game, right? Who watch you and study you. They know the way you move, they know the way you roll. So all these things that happen to them, he's not the first one. Nearly all of them was broke. Even that not too late ago, the late guy that just died, Josh Foreman, was also broke. You know what I mean? He was also broke big time. It's just the way they spend money. Sometimes American system, I don't know if they know much about it, but they want to spend the money like, oh, it's my money, but they don't want to pay the tax that follows some of these things. You understand me? Just imagine like YouTube now, right? And all these influencers, everything. Some of them might also pay tax on it. And when they become older, then the government now say, oh, you will have a YouTube channel, so some money are coming to your account, and you didn't pay no tax, and you also work in some place. Based on what you'll be working, we manage the tax you're
Kilola, let me
supposed to
tell you
pay.
something, man. If you ever go to the United States, if you start making money, first you want to do, you have a foreign bank account, and as you make your money, just trying to don't pay your taxes. Try to do your best to be within the law, but have your money and your assets in foreign land. Quick as much as you can, because the system here is so complex. Oh my God! There's this guy named Alex Jones. Alex Jones. All he did was made a comment that the shooting that happened in a elementary school was at Oaks, right? He just made a show. It's kind of like Carla coming and just say something out of the blue, just a joke or whatever, or just, And guess what? The family of the children, a lawyer called the family that, hey, we can go after this guy for money. And they sued this guy and they sued him for $1 billion. And the government, they look at his assets. They saw that he had $1 billion. And they took his $1 billion from him. $1 billion that he worked for. They took it. And that's how crazy the American system can be. Just one lawsuit, you can lose everything.
Yeah, because he was
People can be
talking about
suing you.
Sandy
They can
Hook.
be suing
That's
you for
like
different things,
kids or
different.
something.
If they can sue somebody for $1 billion, imagine what they can do to someone that has only 300 million or something. They can sue you. Someone can sue you. They can just sue you. Like the system is so like, oh Lord, you can
Yeah,
have
but
money and
I
lose
think it's because it
everything.
was kids, bro. That's why, like, it was kids involved,
Yeah, it could be.
So, like,
Yeah, I mean,
that's
well, what
why
the
they
heck?
did.
All he did was make a state. He didn't kill anybody. Why should
Nah, I
you
know,
lose
but
$1
it
billion
was
for
like
making a
something big. I
statement?
think like mad kids passed away, so that's probably why. I don't know. Maybe I gotta look that up. Maybe it's like a defamation thing, that you could sue
Yeah,
them
but
for.
for
It's
the thing about
Armenian.
United
It's
States, let me tell
Armenian.
you something. The funny thing about
Uh,
America, right? The hypocrisy. My brother, let me tell you this.
I'm
United States will
listening.
tell you, they'll tell you have a freedom of speech, you have freedom of this, freedom of that. I think that thing is a trap. It's not telling you all these things. It's a trap.
There's no
Yeah, it
such
All
is a
the
thing.
trap.
freedom they're
Yeah.
telling you have.
No
There's a
such thing
law.
as freedom of
There's a
speech.
law that challenge that freedom. There are laws that challenge that freedom. I'm telling you, it's like
It's all who's saying it and the context, whatnot. For example, in the days after Charlie Kirk's murder, you weren't even allowed to say this guy's a scumbag. I think he was a racist, whatever like that, without being canceled. So many people lost their jobs because they wouldn't take "I support Charlie Kirk" pledge. That's not freedom of speech, right? At the same time, when Drewski did that video of Erica Kirk, the same people are like, if you were laughing about it, they would go hunt you down your job. You would think this is funny. You reposted this. And you know what 50 Cent did? 50 Cent said, something? I'm the world's biggest troll. And so he matched Drewski's video with Erica Kirk. Said, "Can you tell the difference?" And that sent the Erica Kirk and all these people into a fucking frenzy. That somebody 50 Cent status would do something like that, you know? So it's all hypocrisy when people talk about freedom of speech. It's all about these white guys. And Doc Vigo, let me ask you a question about this Chud the Builder thing. I know you've been following that, right?
Yeah, I've been seeing that. Yeah.
Yeah. So this guy basically was going around calling the N-word to black people, and basically daring black people to do something, right? But then he wrong.
Oh, this Doc Migo?
Yeah.
Well, you got older, huh? Your voice got a little heavy.
Yeah, I guess so. What Colin was saying,
man.
though?
No wonder you trying to talk all tough.
All right. Come on. What's
This
Colin
guy
saying? All right.
ran up against the wrong brother on a bad day, and that's what the fuck happened, you know?
Yeah. I remember you were saying earlier in the show, he was like, you know, I guess they wanted him to like kill somebody so black people could, you know, go on a riot and all that. I was like, yeah, that's a pretty good point.
The
You
dude
know, 'cause, like,
they found his car, right, with a
Yeah.
whole so many rounds of ammunition and a plane ticket. He was planning a massacre.
yeah, he was. Yeah, I think he was honestly like, I don't know. I think he's a plant, bro. You know what I mean? I don't think he was like, you know.
What gets me is this: you can't walk around your city with a fucking taillight out on your thing without getting pulled over and put to the ground with a gun in your head, right?
Yeah.
How does a motherfucker go around doing that shit on camera? You know, if you freaking flash a gun in public, right, or threaten somebody with a gun, say you have a gun altercation, you're going to jail. That's a threat.
Yeah. That's why he must be a plant, Colin. He got to be. Like, there's no way.
You know, so I'm just like, you know.
Yeah, well, Colin, they got the president, which is Donald Trump. Donald Trump enabled all these, you know.
Okay, see, that's another thing I'm getting tired of, right?
Yeah.
I'm getting sick and tired of everything. Donald Trump got the fucking White House, the president, the guy. What the fuck does he got to do with these fucking scumbags? You know, only thing Donald Trump is
they've been out there.
Yeah,
they've been out there for a little bit. Donald Trump,
let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump used these people to get elected. He doesn't give a shit about them.
Of course.
You know? So this idea that was just a cabal with Donald Trump, I'm sick of that, you know?
I'm not trying to say like a cabal. I'm not trying to say that. What I'm trying to say is, even though Donald Trump used them, obviously, you and I know that. We're not some crazy mother effers like them, but they are. And since Donald Trump has some type of racial bias, you hear that's the type of things he says as well. So it just encourages that behavior.
Hold on. Give me an example.
I mean, look at what's going on right now.
No.
Look how
I want this is a show right here. We get to the bottom of truth, right? Give me a specific example.
I mean, look at the Bill of Rights that just took place in the South.
What Bill of Rights?
The Bill of Rights when they with the Supreme Court that got removed as well, right? And then you look at how.
Be specific. What are you talking about? I don't know anything about that.
I mean, with the I think the Supreme Court gave the right to the states. They could redraw the map as much as the gerrymandering as well, right?
Look, but the Democrats did that for a generation, 25 years, and it rigged the map in their favor. So Republicans had a chance. That was done legally because both sides do that. So when we make a decision, like I said, my only point I'm trying to make is when people make an assertion, right? You're accusing the president of the United States, right? That's everything this system is about. What elected him, what we live under, everything like that. You jeopardize it. Now, either what I'm just sick and tired of is people saying that, right? Then if I say, something, you're right. Maybe it's time to part ways with this government. You got people at 1776 how great America is and whatnot, you know? You can't have it both ways. If you believe America is this racist country that a president of the United States could be involved with that, is Trump an asshole? Does he got president? All white men are like that, right? But what I'm saying is this: is there a racial conspiracy against Black America? That's what I'm looking for. You know, and I want specifics. You know, I want receipts. You know, because we're talking about the very future and the foundation of our race in this country. So
Yeah. And then like I was just gonna say then like a lot of people say he racist, but like he offered us $500 billion in
$100 billion.
2020, and we just ignored it because he went to the Atlanta niggas, you know. So I'm like, people got to stop saying he racist. He tried. He want them to like, oh, black people, come on, I need you guys. You know, he's not gonna do
He
that.
reached out to Elijah Cummings when he was alive. Said, "Come on down, let's talk." He reached out to the HBCUs, gave billions of dollars to HBCUs. He gave money to so many Black organizations over the years. And so people are like, oh, I can't go by that no more.
Right, and they just
you guys are
ignore.
saying
Right,
Donald
like
Trump
imagine
is
you give all that money and they ignore you. Like, what the fuck? That's
so you guys
crazy.
are assuming that Donald Trump is fighting for the whole America.
No, I'm saying that we missed the ball politically because we have people right now. It's exactly what I'm talking about, right? You got these NAACP types who are telling these Black kids, don't go play in these schools because they're racist in the states where they gerrymander, right? But these same NAACP people got nothing to offer these kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're having a realignment of Black America. We have way too many people telling us who to vote for, who not to vote for, and they don't have any power or resources to help us out. Now, if you don't have any power to help us out and everything like that, you have no right to tell nobody don't enlist into a PWI, predominantly white institution in the South, because they're going to give you a scholarship and they're going to guarantee you a future. Things are changing in Black America.
Yeah, it's like people want actual tangibles now, you know, not just tokens for being Black. Because I get it, like,
Dark Mingo.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, because like you said, like the thing about the football players in the South. Remember, what was his name? That one Black coach that was a football player. I forgot his name, but yeah, I think he was with the Black school first. He hyped everybody up to go there, and I think he left and went to the white school. I was like, yeah, they always pull games like that.
Man, you know his name.
What is his name? He's whatever his name is.
You talking about Deion Sanders?
I don't watch football. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't watch football.
Deion Sanders' name, man.
No, I don't watch football, bro. I like basketball
Oh,
and
my
boxing. That's my thing. Yeah, I'm not a token nigga. I don't know celebrities' names like that, brother. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't care about the motherfuckers.
Yeah, but okay, Carlo, right? What you saying? Everything is true, right? Which I do believe it. Both sides do not really care, at all, right? So, like, what the Black people in America gonna do about it for them to come as a unit? Like,
as another thing is, we got to stop thinking there's going to be a Black community and it's going to be a unit. It's not going to happen. That ship has sailed. The only thing that can happen, right, is you got millions of people that's completely dropped out of the political process. Now, if you want some of those people to come and vote and show up in numbers, we're not going to show up as a group. We're going to show up as individuals. You got to appeal to Black individuals, right? And so far, they haven't figured out how to do that because every time they come in as a group, they insult us. They say, "Oh man, we're gonna pass this rule where we're giving out free bread on Saturdays at your local common. Just stop by. If we get elected, we're gonna give out free bread and milk on every other Saturday." And Black people are like, "I don't need no goddamn bread and milk. You know, I don't need your damn milk. And so they do things that will insult us. Not every black person is needy. But they deal with us as a monolith. And another thing is this. Black America is having a serious conversation about our immigrant family and us. We're saying a lot of the spotlight in our culture has been on immigrants that's tethered to not just, if it was just black immigrants we were talking about, we wouldn't have a problem. But the immigrant movement, Ahmed, is tethered to the Hispanics, the Asians, Muslims, everything like that. And that overwhelms the black community. So it's not just we want to help our black immigrant people. When we sign on to these immigrants' rights groups and immigrant stuff like that, or like we're going to fight ICE, we're fighting against ourselves because these people coming here by the millions are going to replace and destroy the fabric of Black America eventually. So that's the whole thing. But the political state and also the LGBTQ. Black people just like, there's more to it. Just, oh, I got a gay uncle, a gay cousin. And we was like, no, there's a whole machine that's trying to redefine marriage. They're trying to redefine everything when that when we latch on to is bigger than, it's a bigger fish to fry. You understand? So
yeah, I know what you're saying.
You're just talking about, oh yeah, I know little Peter down the street. He made me
what I was trying to because at the end of the day is this, right? You get the local and this and that, you get somebody to represent you up to the state and then federal as well, right? So it's from my understanding, right? If you fund these people, they will do as you say, because then eventually they go. I mean, to a certain extent.
The only way that could happen if you have competition. And the bottom line is what have to happen is you have to have at-large elections where it works like that in Virginia, where the Democrat and the Republican are both up there saying, this is what I'll do, this is what I'll do. And the black person got a clear mind. Okay, like in Virginia, right? We had at Virginia Beach, we had a debate on light rail. We voted for it twice. That's when Obama was elected twice. We voted for it, but it got struck down in another side election for the governor, right? Now, unfortunately, some of the Republicans in our city were for it, some were against it. Some Democrats are for it, some against it, right? The candidates put their views out there where to vote for it. If they got elected, they would push it through. But it wasn't based on partisan lines. Black people had a clear issue because the black people in the area clearly, for the most part, even though there's a lot of black people who didn't want that light rail coming from Norfolk to Virginia Beach, there's some people who thought, yeah, that'd be nice to drive, take a light rail from my neighborhood, go to the train track, park, and go to downtown Norfolk. That'd be a nice ride. We thought of it like that. Then the other side was like, look, if you open that light rail up, we're going to get all the homeless people, criminals flooding into Virginia Beach. So it was split, half and half. It wasn't based on party line. It was based on that issue. As long as you got things where the Democrats don't have any competition because they're going to vote one way, Republicans are going to vote the other way, there's no reason for them to do anything for you. But if they know they got to compete for your vote on specific issues every election, yeah, they're going to try to do things to get shit done. You understand where I'm coming from? Right now, there's no reason.
I get what you're saying.
There's no reason for them to do nothing because the Democrats got all the black votes on lock. Like, we got the black vote. Whatever. So what do we have to campaign for them? What's up, Focus Dave?
Good evening, College Genesis.
Chilling.
Man, yeah, man, the black celebrities going broke, man. They losing all their money, man. They ain't investing in the Afghanistan, so they going broke.
You see, somebody did a thing where it said Jay-Z's having it rough. They said Jay-Z might have to go on tour. That's
rough. He was depending on the casino deal. That was going to be the last refuge.
Break it down. I know something happened.
And it didn't go through.
He couldn't get the loan.
It wasn't the loan. I noticed. I got the inside scoop. What he was trying to do, he was trying to open the casino up in Times Square. And Times Square, that's Broadway. The unions. And he tried to step over them and not get their blessing, and they stepped on him. That's what happened. It was Broadway that stepped on them. Going on their turf, trying to eat off their turf, and you don't want to pay no homage or break no bread. So they stepped on them. It was the Broadway unions. They're going broke. College Genesis, they didn't invest in the Afghanistan. They didn't call you up from consultation, and they're in the hole.
Yeah, Jay-Z and Beyonce, they think they're white anyway, so they think they can. They think they can be Donald Trump and shit.
Oh no! How you gonna be Donald Trump? You got no country. Ain't got no country of your own.
Yeah, so that's on them.
They should have called you up.
And people are so sorry from that Barclays Center. People like, man, life has gotten hard over there. And Brooklyn Barclays Center.
Over there, man. He promised low income housing. He scared the community, man. He promised jobs that never came.
These guys making a scam, and all they do is bring up Beyonce and that Tina Knowles.
He sells Beyonce, right?
Yeah, but color. Let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, because everything you said is true. So if you have the Democrats, their parties will be lesbian, gay, certain white people stuff as well, right? But then the black people parties might be not the top agenda. And then you go to the
I would tell
and then you go to the Republicans. The Republicans, their agenda is to inspire their people, which is
I will tell
mostly
you right now, since these Republicans want this country back so bad, they're willing to cut deals with black people like Nixon. Nixon basically endorsed Soul City. And that's something, Dave, we need to study, right?
Yeah.
White Republicans willing to invest in black national.
Crazy. More than white liberals.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
White liberals ain't interested in that. But Nixon signed off millions of dollars in the first phase of Soul City project, in North Carolina. That was unprecedented, how we could move something like that. That was unprecedented, So the thing is, though, when you talk about black businesses, right, you're going to need the federal government, like they did the Homestead Act and all these things, like Michael Owal said, the GI Bill and all stuff like that. That's literally billions of dollars, Mike. You know what white people got ahead, Mike? While our community was simmering, being burned to the ground, still smoldering with smoke. Right, Dave?
Yeah.
We had like 100 black communities burned to the ground, right? You know what the white man did? He gave white Americans the GI Bill after World War II.
Yeah.
They were able to buy new homes throughout suburbia. The suburbia you see right now was planned. And black people couldn't move in there by law. So our community was there. So that's why we had to move from the South to the North, whatever like that, and live in slums. So we don't know our history. You could easily pass judgment on us. We never got no justice for what happened to us. We tried to be good Americans.
That didn't work out too well.
That would never work, man.
We got
That
white
would never work.
supremacists. We got white supremacists running for office now openly.
Yeah.
These guys got military gear on. Kyler talking about they want to be senators.
Yeah, talking about we're gonna strip Juneteenth.
At least David Duke used to put a suit on. David Duke at least used to put a suit on. These guys walking around like paramilitary, talking about they want to be senators.
Yeah,
this is getting crazy.
That's what we're up against, you know.
Yeah,
and I'm not gonna candy coat this, you know. Black America is in a fucking war.
Yeah, we have war.
You know, they found out, Dave, when they got rid of affirmative action, they thought it was going to help white males. You know, the number of white males going to college still went down after they got rid of affirmative action. That means white men are failing academically in this country.
Yeah,
they're not working hard as we are academically and stuff like that. They thought all these black people in college, in Ivy League schools, was because of affirmative action or hand up. And then when they got rid of affirmative action 4 years later, the number of white males actually decreased.
So really,
these people.
So hold on. So really, affirmative action was for them.
It was, you know.
It wasn't for us.
But you know, it was psychologically it was.
Yeah. It make it seem like it's for you, but it wasn't.
Because they could say, "Oh, I'm suffering because of affirmative action." Take away affirmative action, they thought they have no excuses. But they always act like we're the ones bringing excuses.
So, Carla, who they replaced with?
What
was it? The Asians that got those spots?
The Asians, get this. The Asians didn't get those spots. You know who got it? The legacy students and the alumni. The Asians didn't go up. So therefore, the rank and file white person who got mediocre grades, they didn't increase. And the Asian people didn't increase. Who increased was the legacy students. You know why? They had to go through all these criteria. You know, do you help out in the community? All these things that they go by.
So it was a trap.
Yeah, it was a trap.
It was a trap. They wanted, what you could, just like how you said, like the legacy kids to get in much easier.
Yeah.
And they
like if you got a D or C average, but you're a legacy kid, you get affirmative action.
They use and they use these dumb white males to claim discrimination.
Yep.
I can make the argument, Ahmed, that even George Bush benefited from affirmative action.
Man, of course.
Of course, David, man. This one thing. There's one thing I know about white people, David. Right? To me, everything that they do is to empower them. Everything that they do is to like empower them. You know, if you really look at it, unless you go after them directly and then you do it yourself. But like, you know, like if they come and offer you something or whatever it is, if they come in and plan something together, nah, it's always to put them in front of the driver's seat. Always. That's why I'm a big fan of, you know, get yourself together, do it for yourself, by your people together.
Yeah,
so I'm a huge fan of that. I
Earlier
don't
today,
believe
in
kumbaya.
Listen to that debate I had with Michael Olawale. He's like, well, we don't think like I said, look, you're a Nigerian. I get it. You don't have our history, you know? So you come here, you don't care about all the stuff, but I can't turn a blind eye to what happened to my people here, you know?
Carla. Yeah, but Carla, when Michael was talking, he was talking about individualism. He wasn't talking about collective.
Mike doesn't believe in collective. He believes we're all individuals. He don't believe we're all.
That's why, you know, people like that, they can't build nothing, honestly speaking.
He just talks about individual. I do this, and whatnot. I do this when I. Yeah, but you talk about collective, you know, as a group of people. You're still me. I'm still part of Black America. No matter what I do, I'm still part of Black America. It doesn't matter how much money I have or I don't have.
People like that, they can't build societies to function properly. They could always just come in and then benefit off other people labor.
Yeah, they come in, they benefit from. So that's
Other
why
people
you
labor.
saying, yeah, oh, you guys can never build.
That's the truth. That's the truth, man.
America. He really do believe black people in
That's the
America
truth.
is not capable of building something like America. He really believes that, you know. When throughout America, we built our own cities, towns had our own water sewer companies, and all shit like that. We built our own infrastructure in America, you know. And we went to Liberia and built the republic.
Man, anybody that always constantly look at things individualism, I don't trust them at all. I don't trust them. I don't care. Because people like that, once they have power, what do you think they're gonna do? What do you think they're gonna do, man?
Yeah.
Then they're not about empower other people, make it equal to other people because prosper. No. They're gonna become much more bigger, much more selfish, self-attention. Because it's one thing being successful all by yourself. That's another thing when you can make all the people around you very successful.
Afro Theory calls me Pastor Collar. I'll take that. Like Pastor Manning. Y'all niggas can hold on to Harlem. Y'all can hold on to Harlem. What's wrong with y'all niggas? Yo, he's a stand-up comedian, man. You know, Pastor Manning. Y'all can hold on to Harlem.
Yeah, so Carla, what's gonna be the next approach, man, for black people in America, especially like the next presidency?
Well, I don't know.
Because Donald Trump cannot run no more. So
Yeah,
there's gonna be a new face.
I'm like this. It's gonna be. I'm trying to describe what it's gonna be like in America. It's gonna be like the early '70s when McGovern and Nixon was running. Black people are completely divorced themselves. Dave, you ever heard about that?
No, not really. I probably did.
What you talking about, Carla? What you talking about?
You ever study the time period of Eugene McGovern versus Nixon?
No, I didn't study that time period.
All right, Eugene McGovern was like a socialist, and he had high poll numbers. When it came down to the election, he lost, you know? But he had the young vote and everything. But at that time, you can't find me anything where black people were. So the last time black people was politics was really 1964 with Barry Goldwater and maybe 68. After that, black people was in the 70s, black people had lost all interest in political anything, right? Until 1979, when black people came out in large droves and voted for either Reagan or Carter. You know, and we became apolitical. Ahmed, I don't know what this gonna happen with Africans when black people become apolitical again. The only reason why black people are involved in politics right now is because of Barack Obama. Black people were not involved really in politics in the Clinton time period, the Bush time period, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We were apolitical. Some people are like, what is black people going to do? I know what they're going to do. They're going to go to sleep. And something will wake them up. But we realize that this time, right, that there's nothing, the political process, and that's going to be a sad time in Black America. We really believe, the last time we really believed this was hope and change, Barack Obama. Hope and change, hope and change. But now, what is there left? Unless you can get Barack Obama run again, and maybe he could spark something again. I don't see it. Who's it going to be, Gavin Newsom? Are you kidding me?
Oh, my God. That'll be awful. Oh, no.
It'll be
Oh, my
awful.
God. That'll be awful, man. Oh, That'll be worse than Clinton.
So
Hillary Clinton.
maybe
That'll be worse than
Newsom
Hillary
gonna
Clinton.
flood the zone with immigrants. He's gonna
That'll
flood
be-
the zone with immigrants.
No, it's not even that. Like, it's not even that. That guy, that state, California, I can't see myself living in California, man.
He's gonna turn America into California.
I can't see myself living in California.
You asked a something question.
I can't. No matter, like, I see people talk about, oh, I live in California. It's so goddamn nice. So I'm like, man, look how much you pay for. Look how many tax you pay. Look how many things it makes no fucking sense. And then there's a bill that they passed, right? It might get into law, I think, like 2030 or whatever it is, a couple years from now. So your car gonna have some type of sensor, right? It's gonna read your speed limit. And then within that thing, it could directly go back to the state of California, and then they're gonna fine you as well. Like, why the hell would you force car makers to put this software in somebody else's car?
Wow.
Yeah, that state, like, something about that state, man, it really pisses me off. Something about that state, it's just nah. And also, David, right? They could track you much better as well. So it's technically you giving up all your fucking rights.
Yeah,
If they could track you, that means if they could track you, right? The state could literally listen to your conversation inside your car already. Because they forcing the car maker to put the software in it as well. So it has like a signal on the highways and the roads of California where it could, like, it basically communicate with the car, and it tells you how fast you're going as well. So technically, the government
politically in America, politics in Black America is dead. The only thing that can save Black America is a Black nationalist politics, with something like an African end game, global Black African trade, infrastructure, and stuff like that, That's the only thing that can basically save Black America, and get us interested. That's the only thing. I don't see anything else. Unless, like I said, Black America goes back to a time period where everybody was getting drunk, getting high. And all right, this guy Leonard wants to come on. Go ahead, bro.
Man. Well, other than being driven up the wall by my grandkids, I got them all for this week. I love them, though. But these kids, but my hair gonna be white like Moses by the end of the week. Them Californians, I just happened to catch the end. The tail end of what you're talking about. Did y'all know that they voted in a special gas tax to charge themselves $1 per gallon extra on gas for their road repairs? Did y'all know that?
That state is a scam.
No, I'm serious. Did y'all know that?
Really?
I think it's I think it's SB1, if I'm not mistaken, because I heard it on a podcast before. It's an SB1, and they voted it in 2017 before the COCO.
And I bet the roads are still not gonna get fixed.
And they still ain't done.
They're not gonna fix them.
What about CNN did a report, right? Oh, I think it was 60 Minutes. They had the plan for the high-speed train. Man, do you know how much money they ate off of that high-speed train? Do you know how much money they ate? They haven't even finished on 1 mile. 1 mile. You know how much money these Californians ate?
Man,
California
what
to me
happens?
is the biggest scam in America.
What they do, Ben? What they do, Ahmed? It's a scam, like you said. What they'll do is, because California has so many regulations, to even get the licenses and permits to get it done, or to get something done, they're going to spend all the money on the license and the permits, and nothing gets done.
They recycle the money back to themselves.
You understand what I'm saying, right? So much regulation.
Yep.
You got to go to this office. You got to get this permit. You got to get this one before you even start building anything. They not already spent up the money, so it's a scam.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then
Yeah.
you gotta look at out of all that they doing, right? Okay, they would regulate whatever company would build the actual train to run on the tracks would be so overregulated and why y'all think all them businesses moving out of California to Texas?
At the same time, they keep taxing you. What the fuck are you making then? What the hell are you making? It's like you a slave just for fucking nice ass weather that you would get somewhere else for like 90% cheaper.
Man, you can get better weather than that. If you want dry, hot weather, you can move to Arizona.
You gonna be burning, man. Goddamn.
You can move to Nevada.
Yeah.
Because Las Vegas is hood as hell, but you can move on the outskirts of Nevada. You still got that desert, that dry desert heat, weather
but it's California,
environment.
man.
Even in Texas, you got the same weather environment.
It's just Los Angeles, man, Hollywood, and all these things, man. It's just like how we talking about today. What's the topic about? Black elites, whatever it is. How they going broke and stuff like that. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
it's very similar to that. It's very similar, man. I despise that state. Oh,
yeah, because you meet them and you meet them in other places like red states, and then they try to come with their rhetoric, and I be like, yo, it's like I was at this last minute little whatever somebody did today, right? And they got like this big 4,000 square foot beautiful house. You know what I'm saying? We having a conversation, but they done brought all that Chicago with them. I'm like, y'all living y'all best life in Georgia. This house, do you know what it would take if you go on one block where we grew up? The first 5 houses from the corner stretched this way is your house this way. Come on, man. Really? Come on. Stop playing. You know where we come from. Do you think you would be doing as good as you're doing right now if you had that mentality and getting taxed as you tax? Well, come on, dog. Well, with Trump and with Trump, wasn't nobody. Y'all been in Georgia longer than me. Y'all wasn't mad at Republicans then, were you? You're just mad at Trump now. That's all it is. Y'all wound up like a thread spool. You know what I mean? And I'm not on there. They're like, well, why do you like Trump? I said, because it piss you niggas off. And I like that. I like it. Had this chick over there. I was like, hey, if I let you wear my MAGA hat, will you let me hit it from the back? She's like, you're disgusting. No, I ain't. No, I ain't. My house is 8 minutes away from here, too. It's gonna do that. You need? I should have had that part. Yeah, I should have had that on YouTube. Man, I don't care about these. When they tell me Magnus, I'm like, look, the taxes in Georgia can't touch anything going on. I don't even know where, but this is good. This is good living down here. See, on your little bit of money. Shoot. Man, Chicago, California emissions. Do you know how much it costs to get to just so you could drive your car year round?
That's what I don't get though. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I can't do it, man. Fuck that. I can't do it. I can't live in that state. I can't do it. Can't do it.
And that's what they're talking about all these movie stars. They broke with all them taxes and this and that and that and this. Man, they broke as hell.
Because you're not making money.
Thank you.
You're not making money. Expenses. Drake, bro. Expenses. Right, that's something you got to control. If you can't control expenses, man, and you live in a state like that, where they could just wake up one day and make us some fucking rules and they could take more money out of your pocket. And then you can't do nothing about it. And it's not like your money's coming in like that. It's not, because you know what I'm saying? jobs ain't coming in like that. And then a lot of time, what they doing now, right? Most of these movies nowadays, it's not being taking place in California no more.
They doing that in Atlanta.
They
shooting
it
it. They shooting it in Atlanta, and they shooting in overseas studios.
Yeah, as well. So you
friendly,
right?
friendly, low regulated, low cost South Korea.
And this how fucked up California is too, as well, right? When you play football games, right? You know, like the NFL and stuff like that, you get taxed. So if you're a Commander player, right, coming from all the way DC, if you play against San Francisco, you get taxed right there too.
Man, if California,
they call it some type of player tax. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Now, if California could tax people like they do in the UK, right? I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. What they was do is this. You know how we doggone that don't have cable TV, we just plug a doggone antenna up to a digital TV and you can just watch whatever's broadcast
for free.
Right. Do you know that in the UK you have to have a license? The BBC requires you, if you're getting free TV, you have to pay a licensing fee just to watch. There's supposed to be free programming. Look into that. You'd be like, what? This is free. Well, it's licensed by us and you have to pay us. The BBC, California would do the same thing if they could. Yeah, they would. They'll tax you for watching. They'll tax you for listening to doggone radio. Anything that goes over air. Yeah, they would. Look, just pull up Compton, California, and look at the price of them houses there. And then look at the doggone square footage of the house. Ooh, Compton, 1,700 square feet. $1.6 million. $1.6 million. Yeah. For a 1,700 square foot house, 700 square feet is an apartment last time I checked. I don't know if y'all checked, but I did. 1,700 square feet. That's a nice 2, maybe 3 bedroom apartment. Maybe. With a balcony. And that's a house to them. But let them talk to any of us that say opposite, right? We bootlickers, we Uncle not I should say Uncle Sam. We Uncle Tom, yeah. Them Stephen from Django. We everything wrong in life. But I think we got money in our pocket in our bank accounts. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yep, California. So it's just continue on. I'm just listening in.
I think Carlo probably fell asleep. Yo, David, you there?
No, I don't know. I thought something went wrong. I was like, hey.
No, you good, man. I think probably Carlo fell asleep or something.
Yeah, but they charge you out the yin and the yang.
Man, fuck that state.
Hey,
you know,
over here and defend California a little bit, man.
Please, hey, what about that 57 cents a doggone hour tax y'all got on sunbathing on Long Beach?
I don't know nothing about that. I'd have to look that up.
I'm just making shit up right now. I'm being real silly.
I know you are, man, because I just looked up that one with the gas, whatever you guys are talking about, and they're saying that doesn't exist.
Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe you're using California Google.
Is because it's a debate, not a debate, but they want to have like a study on like if they should move towards, because we all pay gas taxes. I think just about every state has gas taxes. When you buy gas, you're paying
Has it
taxes
is
on it,
one thing, paying it is
state
a
and
whole other
federal.
thing.
State and federal. So what the bill was supposed to do is go to a mileage instead of a tax on the gas,
Oh,
because people are going to EVs. So I've seen it even in states other than California, red states. If you have an EV, they charge you like a road usage tax essentially, because now you're not buying gas.
yeah. Well,
You
I
might
tell
just
you, in the
buy
great
gas and
state,
you're paying tax. You know. And the
in
other
the great
thing,
state of
question.
Georgia, the state gas tax has been suspended for months.
Okay. Well, that's the state, but the Fed, you still pay federal gas
I know. I ain't
taxes
worried
also.
about the Fed. I'm like, God bless Georgia and nowhere else.
Well, I mean, if they don't got money to fix the roads, I hope you say God bless them still. But okay.
Oh man, Georgia got enough money, whereas they doggone at the end of the doggone tax year, they said we got a surplus. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Everybody that paid this much taxes and state taxes, we're gonna refund everybody's tax money that paid state taxes. Shit, Georgia getting paid.
By the way,
my dude, I love
by
it.
the way, do you know which state has the biggest population?
I just know which
California.
state got the highest property tax.
California has. Which state is that?
New Jersey.
California has the highest population. By the way, by double.
Highest population? I ain't worried about the population. I'm talking about the tax.
By the way, by double the next state. By double.
Okay. California is the whole length of the West Coast down there. They supposed to have more population than anybody else.
Okay. I don't think none of you guys have been out there either, by the way.
No, the only time I went to California was for desert training in the military. That was enough for me.
You were down in San Diego area?
Yeah, Peanut Hill for NTC.
Okay.
Desert
Down
training.
that area. San Diego is nice, man. I don't know, man.
But I don't know about San. I don't know,
all them areas are beautiful.
But all I know is,
oh man, what are you talking about, bro?
all I know is Eddie Griffin said, if it's sand, it's Mexican. That's all I know. They want their place back, and they want their land back, or whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, the California bashing, man. I don't get it, man.
I can't do it. Besides, all that.
I mean, you have a choice to live where you want. I'm not saying you have to do it.
Oh yeah, and especially, and I'm light skinned too, so I could do the California thing. I'm light skinned, so.
I mean,
what do you mean by that?
It's the richest state.
What I mean by that is,
I know what
Paul
you mean.
Mooney,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, Paul Mooney said California is all about skin and hair. Everybody want to have that DeBarge thing happening, so I had to get a perm and slick my shit down. But because I ain't got what they call
California
good hair.
corny, man. They don't have no pride in being black, man. I don't like them.
Everything is skin. I have green eyes. Motherfucker, do you have green money? I tell them, I'm like, I will buy your broad, hit it from the back with her wearing my MAGA hat. I'm a filthy little filter. They be like, what the hell did it? I'm like, man, I'm old, I got money and nothing to do on board. I give her 2 pumps and a grind. I'll stick it in and be like, just lay heavy, if not hard. I'm over 60. Oh, anybody that's new to me, you're new to me. I'm a mess. But I do tell the truth. Yeah, but California, man, I can't do the expense, man. I can't. Mm-mm.
Yeah, and there's too many homeless people. It's not worth it.
Yeah. I don't even know. It's like, because somebody told me LA is not a city. They said that it's a lot of cities within LA. Well, that's Los Angeles. So you got to take South Central, Watts, Compton, and
Long
these
Beach.
different, and all that makes LA County. I said, don't that make that a county, not a city? No. So they said, yeah, well, it's not a city. It's not like Los Angeles. It's like Atlanta. It's one place, or Chicago is one place, or New York is 5 different boroughs that connect themselves as one city. I'm sitting here like, and all these years I've been thinking LA was like one damn city. You could go like from the north to the south to the east to the west. I didn't know they had different provinces.
Yeah,
Compton
it's like
is
so
LA.
many. I think it's made up of like 15. They got like I forgot what the other place is called. Dang, yeah, I don't know, I don't remember, but yeah, it's like mad places up there, man. It's too many.
That's what I'm
LA is
saying.
terrible though.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
it's not a
like
good
with
place
New
to
York.
live. It's not a good place if you want to be, raise a black family. It's the worst place you could ever live.
Yeah, it's like New York, like Staten Island and Long Island are not really considered New York.
Yeah.
But Staten Island, but Queens is right next to Long Island, which I don't understand. But
I think
that's
maybe
New
just like
York.
there's a bridge separating.
Yeah, it's all the boroughs are separated by water.
Yeah, that's probably
Then
why.
They come to Chicago, be confused, be like, so y'all city ain't separated? Or no, we separated by nationality. You got all the doggone Mexicans in this hood. You got the Puerto Ricans over here. You got the small hats over here. You got the Italians over here. You got the Polak over here. You got the blacks that are from Louisiana on the south side. You got the blacks that's from Mississippi on the west side. Everything is separated. You got the interracial relationship and the kids, people on the north side. Everybody up there is separate. That's the most. Chicago is the most segregated city. Man, Chicago, you're segregated by where your family came from by the Great Migration.
Oh, that's crazy.
I'm
That's
serious.
cool, kind of. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I come home at a little dark skinned chick to be like, well, people from Mississippi. They be looking at me like I did something wrong. It's like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Get your Louisiana girl. Okay. Why? I'm like, you don't know when you just born there, you don't know no difference. But when you get to talking to your people, she be like, wait a minute. So y'all brought that state rivalry. Y'all brought that from the Deep South and the Jim Crow to Chicago?
Yeah, they bring it everywhere with them. People
Oh,
from the Deep
wow.
South, yeah.
This shit is deep.
Yeah, they don't like us either. The Northerners and stuff. Yeah, they don't like us either. It's always like that.
It's like,
I'm glad you said that though, because they kind of usually say it's us that started it. But you from Chicago, so you older, so you would know for sure.
Yeah, they said I'm Louisiana Creole, so I'm not black. I'm like, okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's like it's my people right here. You dig?
So they was even separating from like just regular black people in America.
Yeah.
Wow, I never knew that.
I'm serious, bro.
I believe you. I believe you. I never knew that. Yeah.
Had a brother came down here from the Chi, was going to his people's, something was going on. Was like, yo, man, scoop me from the airport. Woo, woo, woo. I was like, yeah, all right, I got you. And came to the crib. He's like, man, what kind of Geechee is it? I said, ain't no Geechee, man. I'm Louisiana Creole. Oh, man, that's right. Y'all got a flag too? I said, yeah, bro. Oh, I didn't know. Well, you know now. But he didn't know what he was looking at. He's like, oh. Like, yeah. Where your people from, man? My people from Mississippi. Okay, all right. We cool though, but
that's crazy, man.
It get deep like that, man. It do. That's like say if I was to, man, if I would have been kicking it and that Fantasia, man, that's a fine motherfucker to me. That I would have win a lotto. I'd be like, I'm gonna buy Fantasia, boy. That big corn-fed, thick. Damn. But
yeah, she got nice.
I'd have brought her home. I would have brought her home, boy. They would have been like, "What? Who that? What you mean, who that? You sound like you finna get married." Yeah, man. Shoot, serious. They man. They be, it's a trip, man. But yeah, California. But with the California thing, man, the Californians, man, they on that bad too. With they, you know, everybody want to look like Shalimar and all this old shit. You know, why you think they wore Jerry curls so damn long? Well, nobody, man. By the time NWA came on the scene, as Jerry curl, like Jerry curl.
Oh yeah, they were still wearing that in like the late '90s, right?
Yeah, we were wearing box cuts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
The
right. Yeah,
Gumby and
wave.
shit.
The baldy,
Yeah.
right? The baldy.
Bobby Brown was doing that sort of like Running Man dance, but it's sort of like what Hammer was doing, but not as, you know. It's like, damn.
Yeah, he made it look
I don't
cooler.
think
Yeah,
I don't think Carla dropped down because he brought me up, so
yeah, he just chilling
Okay.
probably.
he's probably just
Yeah, I
quiet.
mean, you look, cause you look at it, man. You know, you got like Too Short sound like the Roy Rogers of rap. Sound like doggone a cowboy from Texas. All your bushes, holes, and all that shit. It's too short and gonna spit. I'm like, where this from?
Hey man, I'm glad to see an elder that don't like E40 and Too Short as well. Yeah, I don't like that shit either, man.
No, I mean, I like not Too Short. Now E40. I like E40 because
Nah,
he
he
raps
way
so
more
fast.
cordier. Come on.
No, I like E40 because he raps so fast. You got to actually like move the needle back on the record. Damn, I'm old. I'm talking about moving needles back on records. Anyway, you got to rewind and be like, what did he say? I'm more hipper than a hippopotamus. Get up in your neurologist. I got a cousin. They Tupacalypse. Something he talking about. Sprinkle me, man. It's like, yeah, I guess that's some cool shit getting sprinkled. All right. It's okay. You know. I've been trying to figure out Chubb Rock, man. Now, how Chubb Rock get light skinned? Because on the album and the videos, he's a dark skinned brother.
Shit, probably skin bleach, right? The only thing.
He was at a party in Atlanta. They was like, yo, man, that's Chubb Rock. I was like, that's who? What's that? Just the two of us. That Chubb Rock? Yeah, I'm like, he light skinned like me. I saw the music video. All right, hey, bro, Chubb Rock. You're on the radio in Atlanta, huh? I'm just sitting there. How the hell you get light skin? Because when you did just the two of us video, you had the Kappas and the Qs and the Alphas stepping in the video with little honeys with the never mind, Hollywood music industry. They make you turn light. I don't know. It's crazy. But just like all this, like my real thing on this political thing is this. This is the United States of America. You as an individual, you better get the most of what you can get while you can get it and try to keep it as long as you can. And to hell with who's in office that's trying to take it from you. Just keep it. You know what I mean? Vote for who bringing more money to the bank, to the table. Regulations cost you money. It takes away services and it makes businesses close. How you gonna make money? You can't have no business.
You know, I got a question on that, man.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Because to me, like, it's an interesting statement, because, for instance, let's look at regulations. There are plenty of countries around the world with pretty much no regulations, no official regulations, right? That have no real economic activity. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, you could look at, and it's the same thing for wages. Like, we could make an assumption that where the wages are lowest is where you'd have the highest economic activity. And that's not the case. Because sometimes I look at different countries around the world and a person's average yearly salary might be $1,000 US. Some people might make that here in a week. You see, so, I mean, some of these things are not one for one. You see what I'm saying? Because most successful states in the modern world like the places most of us wouldn't mind living, right? They have a certain amount of regulation, they have a tax base, and all this type of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but even to add on to that, like, you know, where I was born and raised, grew up, Chicago. That's a union city. Everything is union, right? You have people up there, they making big, ridiculous money. I'm talking like electricians making anywhere from $50 to $70 an hour, right? But they get taxed so heavy and so hard that, you know, they just keeping their head above water, and they can't keep a public school open. Now, how you got people making $50 an hour, but you can't keep a school open?
Well, the thing with Chicago and Detroit and stuff like that is one of the things is because I've looked at their population numbers. Detroit has lost significant population. Detroit, the city itself, now the outskirts of Detroit sometimes are doing fine, your Dearborns and all that. But the city itself of Detroit, it went from 2 million, I think in the 50s or 60s, to now maybe it might be like 600,000. And so as you lose those populations, you don't need they don't need the schools and stuff like that. Chicago too has lost population. You know?
Yeah, but Chicago is still 2.7 mil, and they had all those schools that closed on the south side. But then when they got all them doggone illegals come in, they turned the schools into doggone housing areas and built them up for the immigrants to live in. So you can build these schools into doggone residential areas for the immigrants, but you can't keep them open to doggone teach these little poor kids in the ghetto. The math ain't mathing.
These schools is it universities or what kind of schools are you talking about?
Public schools, grammar schools for children, high schools for high school students.
Oh, high schools. Okay.
Elementary, yeah. The high school I went to is not even there anymore.
What happened? Why did they close it?
They tore it down and they built something else over it. They called it consolidation. Now I went to this. I went to the school called Robeson, right? They tore down Robeson High School, Inglewood High School, Hirsch, and I think, was it Dunbar? It's some other school that they built something called Inglewood STEMS, right? High school.
What does that mean?
Now they got kids from 4 different neighborhoods going to one school. That's gangland disaster. You can't get kids from them adjoining neighborhoods going to school together. It's gonna be death and destruction.
All right, so
I think what you're saying kind of makes sense. So it looks like back in the days, the school neighborhoods, there used to be schools in one neighborhood would have their own schools. Different neighborhood would have their own schools. But now it looks like they're building one school for different neighborhoods. So kids from different neighborhoods are attending the same schools. Now, being that they're from different neighborhoods, they begin to have like clashes and rivalries and things like that. Do you think that's what was leading to like the crazy things that's been going on with the gangs in Chicago? You know,
that gave it a recharge. They gave it a restart. Because see, at one time everybody was separated. If you went, like I went to Robeson, you had Robeson High School, Parker, and Inglewood, right? So if you went to any of them schools, they knew you was folks. So it wasn't no problem. They'd be like, you know, okay, Inglewood got to play Robeson in the football, basketball, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Now, you go play Calumet High School, okay, it's Peoples over there. You know what I'm saying? They Blackstones. So now you got teams that got to go over in the Blackstone area. We worried about getting the hell, you know what I'm saying, out of the doggone school after everything is over with. The coaches is, I mean, it made no damn sense. It made no damn sense. But that was back then. And what they did was they closed these different schools. Now they got all those kids from some same neighborhoods that are gang-related split up going to one damn school. I'm like, this ain't gonna work unless they get just the kids that are the scholastic ones that want to actually receive an education.
All right, just
Outside of
ran some
that,
numbers.
it's
That's
not gonna
new
work.
information to me, man. That I mean, it's good that you came to say that, man. I didn't know that, you know, because that really it looks like it's set up in a sense. That's new information because now it looks
Yeah,
like bringing them into one school is like you trying to get them to really. They're trying to exacerbate the whole problem of these rivalries and things. Putting kids that are from the same different community neighborhoods that are historically
Right.
rivals, put it in the same school. It's like it looks like a setup, to be honest. Like I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
it
I'm
is.
hearing it for the
It
first
is
time.
set
some
up.
numbers to what I
Yeah.
said earlier, by the way.
Okay, go ahead.
Chicago's population peaked at about 3.6 million, right?
Yeah.
And that was in like 1950, right? Since then, it's down to 2.7, so it's lost almost 1 million people in
Yeah, well,
population in
the
that
thing
city.
that brought that drop down was when you had white flight, because Chicago was the most heavily red-lined city. Like, you ever heard of this area in Chicago called Bronzeville?
Yeah, Brownsville.
Yeah, look it up. It was called Bronzeville because that's where we're gonna stick all the dark people
Right. But this is the thing too with
on purpose.
Chicago, because I'm reading an article here and it's saying that the last 2 decades of the 19th century, right? Chicago was a destination for waves of immigrants from Ireland, southern, central, eastern